Okay, Dr. Manoj, once again, welcome. I was on muted mode. Sorry, I didn't note it as. I think now you can present your slides as we have made you the presenters. Can you kindly quickly check whether you can do that or not? You are
Yeah,
now.
this is okay. Now you can hear
Yes,
me,
yes.
right?
Your voice is coming. Okay, but
Okay. Yeah, I need to
can you
share
just
my slide, right?
yes, yes. Can you just present the slides?
Okay.
Yes, it is coming.
Yeah, it is
Can you
it
do
is working, right?
yes? Can you do the full screen mode also?
Full screen. Yeah. So just let me check. There is one video in my slide.
Okay, okay.
Uh,
You got a bad cold.
yeah, it is working. Okay, right.
Want to trouble me too. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. It is coming. So now we can see some kind of short video, I think, right?
Yeah, this is a short video.
No problem.
If I
I think
want
it's
to come
fine. It's
out
fine.
from, yeah,
Ma'am, you also check, okay, whether it is playing or not.
shall I stop the sharing right now?
Yes,
Or
yes,
this
yes,
is okay with
yes,
you?
yes. You can do that now. So I think everything is fine. So nothing to worry.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So I think we can just wait for some time for okay all to join and then we can start.
Yeah, yeah. Yes.
So, ma'am, it's around 2 p.m. now. Okay, shall we wait for 1 or 2 minutes still, or shall we begin? Moshe, madam, can you hear me? Dr. Manoj, I'm audible, right? I don't know, ma'am.
Sir,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, you are audible. Yes,
Yes,
we
sir.
can
Okay,
hear you.
okay, fine. So, shall we begin now? Actually, not many participants have
Begin.
joined till now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Just give me a minute.
Begin, sir.
Yeah. I'm doing that. Okay, just couple of seconds, maybe. So, a very good afternoon to one and all present here. We now heartily welcome you all once again to this last and important sixth day of the FGP program. So, before we actually convene the session today, as you all know, let's begin with the auspicious chanting of Omkar, as is the tradition of Atmiya University for any kind of event. So I request all the participants and the resource persons, whoever is here, to kindly join me for the chanting of Omkar. You can close your eyes and be seated at your place comfortably. Let's take a deep, long breath. Thank you all very much. So I once again extend our deepest uh, welcome to all the participants to this sixth and final day of the FDP. So again, like every day, we have a panel of very eminent experts, scientific experts today with us. To and all three, for your knowledge, today are having some very nice experience from industry. Okay, to begin with, today's first speaker is Dr. Manoj Kumar Singh. Before he actually begins his talk, I would request Parth Bhai, can you please mute all the other participants? Yeah, thank you. So, just to give everyone a brief introduction about Dr. Manoj Kumar Singh's credentials. He has done his education in especially the PhD in biochemistry from Calcutta University in 2014. Uh, he has a vast industrial experience now. At present, engaged with Tosho India Private Limited, eminent company in Mumbai, and he is working there as a senior research scientist. He is an experienced molecular biologist with over 10 years of IVD industry experience and expertise in immunology, biochemistry, and bioinformatics. He has worked on many projects within a variety of research fields, including allergy, cancer biology, immunology, and infectious diseases. Dr. Manoj has a strong academic background with a PhD and MSc in biochemistry and is skilled in laboratory techniques, data analysis, and writing many kind of journals and documentation reports. He has conducted biosafety testing for various biotech and pharmaceutical companies at clinical research organizations even. He holds various certifications to his credit, like GMP compliance and quality. He has completed various courses, including a rigorous GMP compliance and quality control course to enhance the understanding on the regulatory requirements. He has a deep expertise in some of the very advanced analytical instruments and techniques like chromatography, HPLC, and UPLC, southern blotting, western blotting, various cell-based assays, immunofluorescence, ELISA. He has written and presented scientific papers and grant proposal in many forums. He has, to his credit, many publications in quite reputed and peer-reviewed journals. So, with this introduction, I would like to invite Dr. Manoj now to kindly present his slides. Dr. Manoj?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Banerjee, for your introduction. Let me share my slides. Yeah, so I'm audible, right? Yeah, hello. Can you hear me, Dr. Banerjee?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay, thank you
Yes,
so
Dr.
much.
Manoj. Yeah, absolutely fine. The screens are also visible. You can begin now.
Oh, okay. So, good afternoon, all. Myself, Dr. Manoj. I'm working with Tosho India Private Limited since last 12 years. After completion of my PhD, I joined Tosho, the scientific manager. Slowly, I have adopted IVD industry, whatever the skills required to produce the kits for testing parameter of infectious and non-infectious parameters. So basically, Toso is a Japanese MNC company. It is known for HPLC systems, kind of closed HPLC system, you can say, where you can analyze parameters called HB1C. HB1C is a kind of glycosylated protein which is tagged with the proteins. It is a kind of marker of, you can say, glucose system. So Toso is known for that. And apart from that, Toso has a many vertical segments in all over the world, like chemical division, as well as we have polyurethane division, and so on. In India, basically, Tosu is dealing with three different divisions. One is called that IVD. IVD is called the in vitro diagnostic industry. So basically, in India, Toso has different kind of kits to analyze and do the testing for the pathologicals. And if you go to the hospitals where they do the all kind of testing. So here in R&D in Toso, we are trying to develop different kinds of reagent. So we are basically in the reagential model. I think there is some problem. Is this okay for all of you? Hello?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Yeah,
No problem.
yeah, the slide is visible, right?
Yes, sir.
But
And it
I
is
can see
moving
there
also.
is some, and I can see, but there is overlap in slide one and slide two.
No, sir. After the title slide, in vitro diagnostic industry, it is coming. So no overlap.
Okay. Now it is fine. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. So basically, as I said, in POSO R&D, we are dealing with different kinds of parameters, infectious as well as non-infectious parameters. And in non-infectious parameter, there are again the vertical segments are there where we work with allergy as well as hormonal assays and all. So today, because of that time problem, I will represent some of the part of TOSO, which is dealing in allergy model. So, yeah. So, what is allergy? Basically, allergy is a symptom or a condition that occurs when a person's immune systems react with foreign particles. These foreign particles could be anything like any pollens, you can say any drug component, or it could be a mold also. So when a person comes in contact with these foreign particles, your immune systems react and recognize our foreign materials. Once our immune systems recognize the foreign materials, it generate our own antibody. And the patient, when second time exposed with the same materials, our body generate the antibody against that, and that time person is sensitized to particularly that allergens. So this is how our entire working system works. So in India, uh, basically, we are dealing with three vertical segments for allergy. One is the dust mite. Dust mite is the one of the most prevalent kind of allergen worldwide. And, there are more than 40 species are there in India as well as in abroad also. So the most prominent species in India is called the Dermatophagoides terrocilus, and which is known as derpy. The second one, most leading component, is called again the Durif. Durif is the Dermatophagoides bifarini, and the third one is the Blumia. So these species basically present each and every house, but it is not necessary each and every person is suffering from this kind of allergy. Because as I said, a person should have immune system, either his system is not working properly, or he is suffering from some other immune related system problem. So apart from that, the second vertical segments here in torso is called molds. Molds are basically present all around us, like Aspergillus, Eternaria, and Cladosporium. These are the examples of the molds which we are working here. And the third one is the pollen. Pollen are basically these are the plant products, or maybe the you can include in the house as well as in the grass model also. So these pollens are basically on the basis of geographical locations. So all three segments, TOSO has started this project quite 4 to 5 years back, and as I said, as per the WHO, one of the recent data WHO has shared about the India. In India, approximate 20 to 30% populations are suffering from at least one kind of allergy. And it is increasing day by day because of, you can say, air pollution, or maybe there's some other causes also. So one of the slide that I can here wanted to show you how mites are looks like. This is a video. You can see the multiple mites. These are the multiple mites which we have collected from a patient house. So, how we have collected, basically, we have visited the patient houses, and we have collected their dust samples from their beds, from their carpet, and as well as from their pillows. So basically, these mites are present always. Just let me stop the video and then. Oh, can you see the slide, ma'am?
Uh, no, not at the moment. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, sir, it's not coming.
Now I
It's
can
not
see the
coming.
slides. Not coming.
It's now
Okay.
it's okay. Now it's okay. It's came.
O- Okay.
Yeah, video is on.
Mm, yeah. So now, yeah. So these minds we have cultured here in our in vitro conditions, and we provide all that favorable conditions to grow. So basically, it takes like couple of months, 4 to 5 months, and it was, I mean, we placed initially during the culture condition, we placed hardly 10 to 15 mites, but here you can see more than in a single 90 petri pieces. After 4 months, the mites grown like more than 15,000. So we after that we made a slides, and these slides basically we required for our identifications. So this is the example of one single species called Doref. Okay, this is the male, and here is you can see this is the female. So these male and female, we need to identify and get the certificate from Zoological Survey of India. Why it is required? Because we are in the IVD industry, and the IVD industry always works for the to produce the any kind of antigens, antibody, or even the kit for the testing purpose. So to launch the product, we require to produce the certificate to FDA. So we have taken the certificate. We have either whether tomorrow if somebody want to see or somebody want to check whether we have exactly extracted and purified the right antigens or not, how we can show the data. So this is one of the example. And post the certification from Geological Survey of India, uh, we prepare the extract and purification for the like downstream process. This is the another species called Blomia. This is the second or third kind of species living in the India. Here you can see this is a female and this is a male. Female has more CT. These thin hair follicles is called CT, and these species belongs in the Lepincide family. So, I mean, these species cannot see with the naked eye. So, you required some magnificence lens that we have captured with 10x. So that is how we are doing identification, certifications, and as well as licensing for FBI rules and regulations. So post culturing, we do the extraction procedure, and the post extraction procedure, we verify the single allergen. So we purify the single allergens. So single allergens partially depends on the nature of antigens. These antigens has been purified by the side exclusion chromatography, and it was based on the there is a system called Acta Prime. With that reagents has been used, and columns like the column was near about you can say 200 ml void volume of column we have used. Post purification, we use single peak. We take each and every peak for the assay purpose and to find out what is the molecular weight of each and every peak. Because this is a side exclusion chromatography. It will only gives the idea about whether the protein is present in your elipid samples or not. So here you can see in a single extract, there are multiple allergens, there are multiple peaks are there, and each and every peak represent the single antigens. That antigen we again checked with the systems called UPLC, which helps to identify a single protein. So, for example, a peak which has been eluted at the volume of 64 ml, what was the molecular weight? So, here you can see this is the red peaks, right, just below the diagram, and each and every peak donates the molecular weight. So this peak, there was a reference range material has been used in the column chromatography, and the peak which has been eluted, the first peak I'm talking about, the molecular weight was near about 33 kilodaltons. So that 33 kilodalton, the same protein has been, is there any SDS-based gel image or not? We have also done that, and we found there is a during the loading of HDS phase, the band was just above 10 kDa. The molecular weight was 30 kDa. So this is how we implies as well as justify with the extraction and purification with the antigens. Now again, yeah. So once we purified and extract the proteins, we preserve the materials in a lyophilized forms, and we keep this material for the I mean for the downstream process, for the to find out or to prepare the heat for allergy. So now the key aspect of allergy diagnostic, because we are present in diagnostic sector. So what are the key aspects? I mean, as a developer, what is the major challenge that we face and that we focus initially? So basically, there are certain parameters you can say, and these parameters start from the, I mean, like target molecules. So during the development of a kit, what are the target molecules? So these target molecules are kind of antibody, which is called immunoglobulin E. When you are talking about mites, pollens, or fungal, sometimes fungal belongs from the IgG, IgA also. But when you are talking about the food allergy, that falls always in the IgG class. So that target molecule always we produce against the specific antigens. Now, during the preparation, as I have shown my slide previously, I mean, how we prepare our antigens or allergen preparation. So, allergens generally, once we extract and purify the allergens, we run the samples against the standards, and these allergens prepared in a different form. Like some allergens we extract and purify from the natural sources like dust mites, pollens, and molds, but some of them we produce through the recombinant technology here. So these, why the recombinant technology? What is the advantage of recombinant technology along the natural process that I'll brief later on. The third one is the solid phase immobilization. So the uses of this antigen, basically we use this antigen for the coating purpose. And this coating we do in a solid phase, which is called a microplate or a micro array kind of technique, which is based on the microchip. So the chips are basically, if you want to, so this is the chips basically where we can put more than 300 allergens at a time here. So, but in a ELISA, you can put only a single antigens or single antigens only. So, in a solid phase, this is how kits are prepared, and then again we focus on a sample additions. Sample addition is one of the most important aspect from the customer point of view, because the customer always face the challenges with the sample from the which they received from the patient. Sometimes they receive the samples like 1 ml, but some of them they received hardly 100 microliter or 50 microliter serum samples. So the major challenge to produce the kit, as much as we can keep the samples volume low, it make a beneficiary for organizations also. And the third one is the detection system. So detection system works like on systems and software of instrument also. Like one system is called enzyme detection, where secondary antibody is tracked with the human IgE, and these antibody is either HRP, phosphoradix or radix peroxidase based, or alkaline phosphatase based. So as customer, they ask, we produce the kit as per their requirement. The second one is the fluorescence based detection. The fluorescence based detection is called is always on the fluorescence molecules like phycoerythrin, which is called PE, or sometimes red or green dye used to detect the antigen and antibody systems. Now, some of the things which I want to just focus in diagnostic industry, what are the aspects behind, I mean, why the challenges and the different kinds of techniques right now are available in the market. So, in late 90s or beginning 2000, generally the evaluation of ID was based on the totally on the crude and as well as natural extracts. These crude and natural extracts contains the proteins as well as the polysaccharides and lipid molecules, which are the interfering substances. And the major challenge was with the manufacturer because manufacturer always they try to produce a single molecules. But with that extract, this is very hard to produce batch to batch consistency because once these interfering substances like polysaccharides and lipids are the interfering substances, and generally these are the very small molecules which are tagged with the proteins. So during the manufacturing, during the consistency or during the quality control, the major challenge with the manufacturer is to produce the single molecules. That's the reason in last 2 decades, the major changes have been occurred in the IVD industry, and there are many players are there who are working with the single component instead of that multi-component. Because the advantage of single component is that you can detect a single allergen instead of that false positive report. Yeah. So, in industry, so far, the current scenario, how the industries are working on allergy systems and basically in allergy models. So, currently, the system which is present to detect the any allergen in a in vivo as well as in vitro, there are four types of assays. One is called SPT. This is the basically in vivo kind of test. SPT is the screen prick test, and the second, the race three are the in vitro assays, where these states are used to perform with the samples, human serum samples, or maybe the plasma samples, and depend on the conditions. Uh, these all are performed under in a laboratory. So, what is SPT? Basically, SPT is screen fit test. This is earlier, I mean, before all that system like ELISA and the microarray. The earlier system was only the SPT was a major in vivo kind of assay where major challenge was to establish the single allergen. Basically, SPT is used to perform when a patient goes to the lab. They, they make a prick in the skin. And suppose if you are allergic to, you don't know what kind of allergens with you are affecting, so they do multiple pricks on your skin and they drop a small volume of allergens on particularly these peaks. Here you can see this is one of the example. Patient hand has been tested multiple more than 30 allergens, and but this is a very painful situation. You can understand when somebody is pricking and making an epithelial cut, uh, and if the patient is like a below than 5 years old boy or girl or maybe the newborn, how much pain they have to bear about that. So, but still, skin prick test is one of the most prominent tests using by worldwide in pathological labs like India as well as USA, Canada, everywhere. Only the European country recently have bring lots of norms and conditions about the SPT, and that's the reason they are focusing on in vitro test called ELISA, microarray, or lateral flow assay. So what is ELISA? ELISA is a enzyme linked immunosorbent assay. This is performed under the guidance of a pathologist or maybe the technician who used different kinds of kit provided by the manufacturer. So basically, ELISA is a three types of ELISA is present in the market, and one is called direct ELISA and indirect ELISA. These two kind of techniques basically they use the platform for coating of antigen. But the last, which is sandwich ELISA, where antibodies coated on the solid surface and then antigens is added during the assay. So ELISA is a kind of technique. This is the most sensitive technique you can say this, which is used so far in India. And but the reason for ELISA right now eliminating in the diagnostic industry is that only single antigens you can verify in your sample. Patient who has a multiple, who is suffering from a multiple kind of allergic disease, and then he need to pay a more amount or more um, kind of as a from their reasons. So the second assay, which is most kind of things using in India scenario, is called the lateral flow system. Lateral flow system is the kind of semi-quantitative assay. Generally, here again, it is also based on the serum sample. A patient's serum samples are separated by their blood, and then patient samples are run in a lateral flow system. So, how lateral systems works? So, basically, lateral flow system is a cartridge-based system which has multiple pads. That multiple pads start from the sample pad, followed by conjugate, NC membrane, phase line, control line, and screen peg press. So how it works? Suppose a patient whose serum samples have been separated, and then if a patient wanted to know whether that patient has been suffering from any kind of allergic disease or not, then the sample is loaded into this window called sample loading chamber. Once the sample is loaded, the sample start to flow from like a linear flow from sample pad to the conjugate pad. Conjugate pad is basically is a kind of pad which is coated with a, conjugated antibody. It could be any antibody, like if you wanted to take IgE based acid, then it should be an anti-human IgE coated antibody. It should be conjugated with either HRP or some kind of nuclein phosphatase or maybe some other kind of enzymes. Then once the sample bind with the antibody, it will start flow from NC membrane to the test line. Test line contains, again, there is one more. I mean, it depends on the test. I mean, this test formats keep changing manufacturer as per their requirement. So on the test line, once the samples reach, it gives the band. If the band shows any like positive things, then it means your sample has a antigen which is bind with the antibody. If you don't get any band and the control line shows negative things. So but this is again the major challenge between ELISA and lateral flow here is quantity and semi-quantity, because in ELISA is the totally quantity-based assay where you can quantify your antigen. But lateral flow is the totally semi-quantitative assay. You will get a band. You can quantify your band to certain conditions, but you cannot give the exact value. So suppose a patient who is allergic and who is a single sensitized allergen, who is sensitized with a single allergen, and they wanted to know the condition of a patient, whether which is highly reactive or a semi. So lateral flow gives only the idea about whether a patient is sensitized or not. So so there is one advanced technique from last 2 decades has been multi called microarray analysis, which is the chip-based analysis and advanced version of analysis for allergy. So this microarray analysis is based on the singleplex as well as a multiplex assays. In singleplex, what is called singleplex? Singleplex assay is a type of assay where it's a kind of like you can say like ELISA, where you can analyze only a single antigen. But suppose a patient who want to analyze more than 100 allergens at a time from the same serum, like suppose you have 100 microliter of serum samples and you want to analyze the serum more than 300 allergens at a time, then what kind of technique a pathological or your doctor can use wisely? So this is called multiplex assay. In a multiplex assay, basically more than 300 antigens were quoted, and during the same, this is a window. Here you can see this is a window where where you need to load the samples for a certain time of period, and after a certain time of period, you will get more than 300 allergens. So this is the advanced version, you can say, in a multiplex assay, and this is also a fully quantity-based assay, like ELISA. So this is and post. So once you test, it gives the report how it looks like. So this is the you can say software. You can see here. The one dot is showing totally white, another dot is blue, and the third one is green. Each and every dot represents the pixel intensity or binding intensity of antigen between antibody. And then it gives the report within a certain hours. So, what are the pros and cons of immunoassays present in the market? So, here through this image, you can see there are three segments right now present in market. One is ELISA, another is lateral flow, and third one is the microarray. I'm talking about in vitro. Okay. So, what are the properties? I mean, as a patient, or if you are a clinician, what kind of assay you can select wisely or for your patient benefit? So, in ELISA, basically, allergen always generally use either extracted so far or semi-purified, because the reason is that antigen is a very large molecules which is used in ELISA, and compared to that microarray, and lateral flow is the same way like ELISA in terms of allergens. So how many what amount of antigens you can put in ELISA, how much quantity? So you can see here, to quote a single veil, you need 1 μg or 2 μg of your antigen, which is compared to that your microarray, where it is required only 100 fematogram per spot. So the cost of your plate, the cost of your test is quite cheaper than ELISA. Even it gives 300 allergen at a time. You can analyze whether in ELISA and lateral flow, you can analyze maximum one, or maybe in lateral flow 10 to 15 allergens per strip. But the disadvantage of that both system, one will give you the semi quantitative, another will give you the quantitative values. So how much serum as a patient? Suppose if you have challenges like uh, have a kind of problem like 100 microliter of a samples, and you want to test 300 allergens or maybe 10 allergens, 20 allergens at a time. So you can select 100 microliter and you can put 100 microliter. You can get the 300 allergens. So, along with the sensitivity, when we are talking about, because these all are the quantitative assays. So, in a quantitative assay, the major challenge is the sensitivity and specificity. So, in terms of sensitivity, ELISA and microassay both are belongs in the same class, but lateral flow is the semi-quantitative assay. But in terms of specificity, where you can select, suppose if you are suffering from DERPI, one patient is the monosensitized, another patient is the polysensitized, and you want to check which one is the beneficiary for you wisely, you can select the microarray assays. The test report, how much time test reports generally it affects the entire issues from the customer point of view, because customer wanted to generate the data as soon as possible so they can hand over the report to customer and their doctors as soon as possible. So both the reports, all three reports here you can see within a 4 to 5 hours, you will get the reports here. In terms of interference, whether IVV is interfering with the ELISA, lateral flow, or microarray, in ELISA, definitely, because here your antigens are generally coated with either crude or semi-purified molecules. But in microarray, every spots are coating by either pure purified or a recombinant molecule. So there is a no chance of interfering substances. Next. So now, so far I have given a brief idea about allergy diagnostic test present in the market in England scenario, and now how to also deals with that microarray. So there is a technique called CRD, Component Resolved Diagnostic Assays. This technique was developed Austria-based, and currently Toshu is dealing with that technology. And so far, we have tested more than you can say last 3 hours data, more than 150 tests we have done in the market, and with 300 allergens. Yeah. So, what is component resolved diagnostic? Component resolved diagnostic is the microarray based techniques, which gives the full uh, report about the testing of your allergy. So, this is the cartridge based assay where we code more than 350 allergens at a time. And basically, these all allergens are either recombinant allergens, which are very specific to particularly allergens, particularly anti-single antigens, or maybe the purified allergens. So CRD how works? CRD purified recombinant allergens may or IgG antibodies. And how CRD helpful? CRD are very helpful to identify for allergen immunotherapy, because it gives the exact idea about the monosensitization versus polysensitization of the patients. Now, what is the advantage of CRD in a allergy model? So you can see here, CRD is based a technique called CCD. CCD basically technique introduced with the CCD. So what is CCD? Basically, CCD are cross-reactive carbohydrate determinants. These are the small molecules present on the antigen site of allergens, whether that allergens extract or purified from the plant molecule, insect, or from the mites. So this how CCD works. Basically, these CCD are cross-reactive. When we use the antibody against that, particularly that antigens, this CCD react with that antibody and gives the false positive reaction. So the CCD moiety is basically present in the food allergen extract, which gives the false positive report. When we are talking about the molecular level, when we are talking about the recombinant level, we generally these CCD are not present in the recombinant form. Why? Because these CCD in our assays, in our kit, we supply one CCD inhibitors. So these inhibitors basically block the CCD reactive component and helps to give the positive report. So when we are talking about the food allergens or a monosensitized allergens, so this CCD play a vital role for a AIT, which is called allergen immunotherapy, which is very kind of hands-off technique right now. India as well as different worldwide pathologists are using for to give the vaccine to their patient. So this CCD basically gives a false positive report in a extract base, but when you're talking about the allergens, there is a no false report positive. Now, how because these tests are highly standardized products, we produce each, and we are talking about kind of single allergens or these allergens in a kind of specific as well as in the form of molecular level. So when you are talking about therapy, this therapy has more than 30 class from 1 to 30. So there are 13 recombinant antigens are there. So suppose when you are talking about extract a patient whose samples has been tested in ELISA, it gives the entire derpy vein. Okay, it will give the you don't know whether that patient is suffering from that class 1 protein, class 2 protein, or what class 10 protein. But when you are talking about the recombinant, it each and every spot is coated by with different recombinant proteins. So batch to batch consistency is also better in terms of allergens when we are talking about ELISA as well as in the microarray. So these are the basically the properties like severity analysis and risk satisfaction. What is severity analysis and risk satisfaction? How we can describe? So suppose a patient who is monosensitized, who is only suffering from the because DELPI has a class 30 proteins so far. So far 30 proteins has been identified, and each and every identified proteins are different kind of allergenicity. So suppose a patient who is suffering from class 1 protein, like DERPI 1 protein, and you have given entire range of value, like DERPI 1 is just DERPI value, but the patient is only sensitized with the DERPI 1, not with the DERPI 2. And when the patient is taking the AIT from the doctors, he is taking the entire component. So this entire component is the risk factor for that patient. Yeah, so this is how we can say risk satisfaction is also very much minimal in the recombinant allergens, and as well as in the for the food particles also. So now CCD here, this is one of the best example how CCD inhibitors work. What is the role of CCD? So here you can see there are three types of different types of allergens are there. Okay, and that sample has been tested. Okay, that sample has been tested in a crude and purified kind of, you can say, in a ELISA or maybe the lateral flow assay. That sample has multiple antigens, and each an antigen is binding with their antigens. Okay, so one of their antigen is giving the false positive because this antigen has a CCD. Okay, and that CCD antigen is a mimicry component combined with the IgE molecules. So the patient report will also give the positive report, whether the report is a false positive report. In the same patient, if the same patient report, if the same patient's serum samples has been tested at a molecular level, and then you will see here the difference between here four antibody, four antigens binding has been given, but here at level second, only two antigen or antibody interaction has been done. So that means that false positive reports has been neglected compared to that proved and purified. So how CCD inhibitors work? So basically, that CCD inhibitors, there is a component which is mixed in the buffer during the sample running. You need to run the samples with that inhibitors, and that inhibitors block the binding of IgE. It will not give the false positive reports in the recombinant technology. Yeah. So how basically CCD components works? Basically, these CCD components works, and it is, as I said, it is present in the maximum either in the pollen or the food particles. So this is one of the example like a peanuts. Peanut has a, you can say, many molecular level of antigens. So a patient who is suffering from the peanut allergens and he wanted to check what type of allergenicity he has in his blood sample. So, because that peanut has a different again, so far more than 15 component has been identified in a pollen at molecular level. If we start from ARA H1 to NH20 or maybe the 15. So the most, sorry, the most prominent antigens is the ARA H8 and ARA H2. Okay, among them, which is the high, which the patient has a highly reactivity and he wanted to see. So the patient sample has been tested and at a molecular level. So then we come to know with the help of CCD, there is a no clinical reaction. There is a, I mean, the sensitization rate of that samples has been totally nullified because of that inhibitors where the sample which has a high probability of ERA H1 and ERA H2 can give the report if the exact concentration of what is the binding between antigen and antibody. So it helps to give the idea to the any your doctors about to prescribe the medicines and sensitization rate, which you will come to know whether you should avoid the peanut or not. That it gives them brief idea. So now, what is the risk satisfaction? From the risk satisfaction point of view, here you can see there are four types of food a patient is suffering from because we know these antigens because each and every antigen is belong from the separate class of family. And each and every family has their own reactivity. And even if you see the at the molecular level, you will come to know their reactivity is very common. They share their needs is very highly in egg, the family called ovomucoid, and which has a, I mean, this is the allergen called GALD1, GALD2, GALD3, GALD4, GALD5. So these are the class of protein which is present in the egg. And if a patient is suffering from GALD1, has been identified in a microarray with at the same time if the patient sample run in the ELISA or maybe the lateral flow, it will give the entire system. You will not come to know what kind of antigenic nature is present in his serum samples. So that doctors will unable to focus particularly because if he wanted to prescribe the AIT, he have to select a particularly a single antigens or monosensitized. Because monosensitized versus polysensitized, there is a risk factor is very high. Because suppose if a patient is suffering from the OHAM acquired and simultaneously he is suffering also from the casein. So, how doctor can prescribe, how doctor can suggest a patient. So, doctor once the doctor gives the whole idea about that, about the patient report, so he can suggest whether what should you eat, what should you not eat. Okay, and similar to that, like a patient is suffering from four types of antigen in his samples, like peanut and apple. So it will gives the brief idea about monosensitization versus polysensitization. Like similar to that, this is one of the best example of milk also in India. Milk allergy is very common. Basically, some of the person who is suffering from basically different types of milk protein, which is present in the milk, and these milks are based on the molecular level. And these are the component called BOSD4, BOSD5, and BOSD8. So BOSD5 is the alpha-lactoalbumin, is the class of protein, and BOSD5 is the beta-globulin. So both the proteins have a different antigenicity, different rate of reaction, different mode of creatinine also. So a person who is suffering from BOSD5 not necessarily also has a reactivity due to BOSD4 also, or maybe the BOSD8 also. So, suppose of a person who is suffering from BOSD8, which is a casein family, and casein family has is also antigenicity with the other class of proteins also. So then in that condition, patients should avoid the particularly of the proteins with the help of it will give the immense idea about from your microarray. This is one of the diagrammatic image for the you can say from doctor's point of view, generally how it helps for the any physician. Suppose a patient you wanted to do the test, and he will give you the in vitro, which is called either ELISA or maybe the microarray, or simultaneously he wanted to prescribe the SPT test also. So you have a choice. You can select the region. So what you should do, what should you not to do. So suppose a doctor wanted to do the SPT and post SPT, he came to know, oh, you are reactive with a multiple of allergens, but you don't know what is the molecular level. So then in that condition, we can prescribe that test for the microarray and to know for the AIT. Why AIT? Because AIT helps to reduce the sensitization, but for particularly antigens. So suppose if you are allergic to DERPI 1, so and you are not reacted to DERPI 2, but in your SPT, the report has come for entire DERPI because these are the DERPI class. As I said, DERPI has more than 30 class proteins. So, which patient is good fit for the AIT? So, only microarray will give the brief idea about, exact positions, exact monosensitization rates versus polysensitization rate, whether you are eligible for the AIT for HDM extract or not. Now, this is the molecular profiling matching. Here you can see a patient who is suffering from three types of allergens from the same component, and but allergen A has a very high number of antigens. But in terms of risk factor, the allergen A is not very much has a very low risk. Has a very low risk. How you can identify that? You will come to know only through the microarray because microarray gives the exact value, exact even the antigen present in your sample, antigen is present in your sample, but the loading of antigens, the reactivity of antigens with particular of your antibody is not much that. So an allergen A has a very low risk factor compared to the allergen C. Whether allergen C, the protein concentration in extract was very low, but in your terms of antigenicity versus antibody reactivity, it has given the very high low. So the person, whether they can go for the immunotherapy for A, B, C, how you can select, how your physicians can select that it gives the exact idea. So, what are the benefits, basically, of benefits of microarray? Because It is a complete allergy profile from a single run. Any physicians, any patient can select the profile, and they can do the test at a time more than 300 allergens along with their total IG. Why total IG required? Because total IG is the sum of a specific IG. So if you want to know the specific IG value, you have to have your total IG also. Along with that, it has own calibrator and control built parameters. You do need to run separately, like Analyzer, where you need to run the calibrators and controls separately. That is a cost effect also. And from the practical point of view, it is a combination of unique allergens because each and every allergens which is not present in the nature form, you can target with the recombinant form. Now, second, the last one is automated report. Here, this is everything is automation based. Only you need to load the samples at a time during the run, and then you can for 3 hours you can sit on your seat, and then after 3 hours it will give the report. Now, Alex is the brand name of that microarray, and basically molecular intelligence based technique. And what is the technical benefits? Why I'm talking about the technical benefits? If any technician who is running this test in the lab, they wanted to know what kind of benefits they will get, why they want to select this compared to other options which is available in the market. So, first of all, technicians should aware of that this is the molecular allergens, not the crude or purified. Uh, Along with the standardized reference standard has been used, which is available with the NIBSC. Second, the molecular allergens which is used required for batch to batch consistency, which is very much available uh, in the for the productions and which is not available in the ELISA systems. Third, molecular allergens improve the specificity as well as sensitivity also. As I said, same sample which has given the value for DERPI in ELISA, the same sample only gives either DERPI 1 or DERPI 2 value in a microarrays. So you can understand the specificity in terms of molecular levels. Third, which is the most prominent, is the CCD interference. There is no CCD interference present in the recombinant allergen, where in ELISA, CCD is present, which gives a false positive report, and which is the most prominent, and you can say the beneficiary report for Alex. This is the nanotechnology based assay, and yeah, again, any clinicians, any pathological center, even though this is the report is also very simple and speed kind of software is there, which give the exact reports. Now, clinical benefits. What is the clinical benefits? Clinical benefits is required because once you are talking about the when you are talking about the market, you need to understand your it should not be the cross-reactive. It should be the very mono-specific. It should not give the false positive report. The risk satisfaction also for the family, for the patient, for the doctor, is to be the at satisfactory level. And the last and the most important thing is that whether the patient is belong from the immunotherapy or not, only the microarray will give the exact idea for the physicians whether the patient should go for the immunotherapy or not. So this is the overall, you can say, a benefit of that microarray, which is called LX2. And what are the advantages which I have summarized here? It is a kind of nanotechnology, molecular allergens, protein family you are talking about. In a single allergen, you can run 300 allergens. And third, you can select in a same cartridge, you can select food, pollen, mites, dander, mold, insect. No need to run more than 96 wells or more than 2 ELISA plates for the same serum patient. If you want to run if you want to check 300 allergens, then you have to run at least 3 ELISA plates. Can you imagine the cost? Can you imagine the time? Can you imagine the hard work of that technician, even the doctors also, even how much sample you need, how much time you need to treat the samples in a patient or in a patient, and how much patient can get the effect. And fourth is the purity. When you're talking about the specificity, molecular components, purified components, and fifth, and which is the this component has no cross reactivity because of the excessive inhibitors. And this is last but not the least, that data is generated with the automation based data and quantitative data. So I think this is the most promising from this test that we can offer. Right now we are offering in IVD industry. And thank you so much for giving me a chance to brief about our work in TOSO. Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Manoj, for your very interesting and enlightening talk on the various immunodiagnostic techniques, okay, and some of the aspects regarding it. So you have in your entire talk, you have focused many aspects regarding the same, like uh, the analysis part of that touched the essence of many kind of infectious diseases like allergy, and how in a lab you could actually analyze the same. How the use of the sophisticated instruments like HPLC and UPLC, okay, can be employed for that. You have also shown the key aspects of allergic diagnostic assay development and types. You have touched upon some of the very advanced tests, including the SPT, skin prick test, the ELISA, including lateral flow immunoassay and microassay. We have shown very nicely the pros and cons, that is the comparison among these assays. Again, some important thing like or advancing the component result diagnostic, how that helps. The variety, the varied severity potential. Okay, how to assess the potency of the allergen, the risk stratification. Okay, the decision algorithm is very important for understanding the diseases and the prescription therapy and prognosis. And finally, with the automated reports, like the macro platform, as you said, the LX2 platform, how it can be used in all this. So once again, we are really grateful to you for taking the time out from your precious busy schedule and delivering this very interesting talk on the diagnostic, especially the immunodiagnostic approaches of various diseases. So on the behalf of Atmia University, this okay, for taking time out and giving this lecture. Parth Bhai, let us have a very good round of applause for Dr. Manoj. Now, Dr. Manoj, with your permission, there are some questions which have been posed. So we'll be really happy if you can answer the questions. Okay?
Yeah,
So,
sure, definitely. Can you
yeah.
give me some time, because I want to connect my PC to with my charger, because I think I have only 5% of my battery. So just
Do
give me
that.
some time. I'll
We want to give you all the time so that you can answer it, in the most efficient way. Please do it. So I take this the opportunity of this brief movement where the resource person actually needs to uh, connect his system, okay, or put it back to charge. Uh, we have already announced the feedback and attendance will be given today after lecture and before the third lecture starts. So since they are together today, we have done this in this way, and also because it would be convenient for you. So please keep looking at the chat for the attendance link because you know that it has been following for the last few days. Here as well in the WhatsApp group, we'll try our best to give you reminders so that you don't miss the portal link. Okay, and after the session, you all know that there is a test and evaluation system. So I think Dr. Manoj is, his system is fully fine now, and I think he is in a position to answer. Are you ready, Dr. Manoj?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Now.
Okay, okay, great,
Yeah.
great. So
So
I
yeah,
think
Dr.
first,
Banerjee, yeah, go ahead.
yes, yes, that's right. So I think the first question comes from one second, Dr. Anjali Luhana. Okay, who says that the fact. Okay, no, I'm sorry. This was a feedback actually. Okay, I'm sorry. Do we have any kind of here question? Sorry, I mistook the feedback as a question from the participant. Ma'am, not able to actually look at any question. Can you find any question here in
No,
the
I
chat?
don't. But yeah, Vashish
Yeah.
Kumar Singh is asking one question. Uh,
Okay.
do you offer collaboration to do the work with research scholars of other institutions, sir?
Yeah, we do some part of research. I mean, currently, I can tell you in Calcutta, we are working with Presidency College, which is one of the oldest and renowned university in Calcutta. And some of their scientists are working with us on energy model. Um, as I said, there are three vertical segments in TOSO. One is house dust mite, and second is the mold, and third one is the pollen. So we are collecting that pollens from eastern part of India currently, and we have the eastern part of India as well as southern part of India also. So some of that scientists are working with us from academia as well as industry.
Thank you,
But
sir. Thank
again,
you so much.
because again, this is an industry, so depends on the fund and all, and collaboration of work also. Yeah.
Okay. Sir, from my side, one question is there like right now,
Mm,
the app which you, the AI tool which you have talked about, the Alex tool, sir,
mm.
for
Okay.
for that, the any like in the modern times, any disadvantage did you faced with the available AI tools in that same platform, or
Mm,
any lacuna or gap with the other same platform tools which we can use?
No, because that software is I mean, designed in such way. Okay. First of all, this software is the closed system-based software. Okay. And we always need the internet. That is the only disadvantage you can say because you have to have a library because these all are molecular based components we are using in our molecular chip, which we are preparing for. So during the reporting time, the internet connection should be there, but during the run, you don't need the internet connection. Okay, once the machine finishes the work, it transfer entire data into the library, and from their library, because you need comparison, right?
Yes,
Because you have to have a standard also. So
yes, yes.
standard versus unknown. So that time machine required the internet connection. I mean, software required the internet connection. And once it generates the data, it transfer the patient history to the library also. So suppose you are a patient, and Dr.
Hmm.
Banerjee he's the pathologist, and
Yeah.
he's sitting in Austria, and he wanted to see the report. Okay, so
Hmm.
no need to send the physical data or scan data. Well, only library is there. We will provide the library access. He can enter in that library and he can take out your printout. I mean, that's soft copy. That's it. So
Okay.
in a modern technique, there is no, I mean, need to visit the lab. Only for the, I mean, even if you want to send your sample from your home, you can call to the any technicians who can come and take out your samples and give it to the lab, and they can do the testing and all. That's it. Otherwise, for the generating and taking the reports, you don't need to visit to the lab. So that's how.
Sure.
That's it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much,
Dr.
ma'am.
Dr. Manoj, I just
Yeah.
want to uh, since there are no more questions, I think from the participants, again, I would like to actually ask you one thing. I know these are
Mhm.
very nice, to know about the advancements in this immunodiagnostics, okay, and for the right identification of the disease, okay, in the correct way, and quite early also so that the prognosis or the treatment can be improved later.
Yeah.
But your experience,
Can you repeat once again, Dr. Banerjee, because your voice is breaking. I think there is some network
yeah,
issue.
I hope my voice is clear now. Are you able to get it?
Yeah, now it is clear. I missed your question. Can you repeat once again?
I actually didn't ask the question till now. I was just referring to that, like I know your expertise in this field for a long time. Okay, so these are really good for the prognosis of the disease and the identification or diagnosis of the disease. But in your the research
Can I share
experience,
one of my case history? Can I share one of my case history from the Gujarat base,
yes, 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 yeah, yes,
which has been done in Jidus. Okay, you know Jidus Cadila, which is hospital is located in Ahmedabad. Yeah, one
right,
of the you can say renowned hospital in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. So
correct,
one of the doctor, he's a very young doctor, and basically he's the physician, and he's the I think he's the dermato. I think yeah, he's the dermato. Yeah. So one of his case last time he has shared with us during the run of this assay. One of his patient had multiple of scratches on his body, and he always suffering I mean, kind of itching and allergic disease in the night only. Okay, so he has visited multiple of time of other dermato. They have done lots of tests and all, even the drug, different types of allergic and all. But nobody
right,
come to know what kind of problem he's suffering. And then patient has a hair loss, skin was also very kind of fatigue and appetite loss also. During the
okay,
once he visited to that doctor, Nutri, his doctor prescribed this test, and in that test we come to know he is suffering from the one of the molecular allergen is called the cockroach. Okay, cockroach, and that cockroach is called BLAG6. Okay, this is the molecular component name. That cockroach basically now these days you can see even this is very common. Everybody is staying in their flat, right? So this cockroach comes from the kitchen areas to to their pipes, and the small cockroaches only this visit in his that bedroom and all during the midnight. During the midnight, they walk around his bed, and during that time, he used to contact with the that cockroaches. He was suffering from he was sensitized to that cockroach energy. So that patient, even he had more than, 30 to 40 tests all over the, last 5 years. But none of that doctor has been given the exact problem, what was the cause of that disease. So this was the most very interesting case he has shared with us. And because of this molecular component, because of this microchip assay, because you can test 300 allergen. This is a very advanced technique. He has, got the benefit from the molecular level as well as the AIT level also. So currently, even recently, we are also doing the prevalency study from Gujarat, and there are so many cases we found. So some work is also going for house dust mite prevalency study in Gujarat.
Thank you for sharing this,
Thank you.
very interesting insight. Okay, we also know that there are many kind of allergens with lot of allergic diseases, but this was actually out of the blue. Okay, we never heard like
Yeah,
this. Something. So it is very, very interesting. Okay, and I think eye-opening for many as well. What I was actually asking you, have you faced any kind of like challenges in these kind of essays, or any kind of practical challenges or bottlenecks, which might be anything like the patient
in
sample or the
microarray.
quality of, yeah, as such, or the overall these kind of the
Uh,
then
so far,
if you
no, there is.
generally.
There is no major challenge in the micro area because, see, the major challenge with the allergy is the cross reactive false positive report. Okay, which is here, CCD, because you have CCD inhibitors block that mimicry component which is present on the allergens. And As such, there is no disadvantage so far. We didn't get any feedback from their physicians, clinicians, or any technicians also to run the assay. Well, as I said, only during the run, once you finish the run, your system should be connected with the internet. That's it. To generate the data. Suppose if system has been finished the assays and in the meantime your system somehow has been disconnected with the internet. So then in that scenario you won't be able to generate the data. You won't be able to provide the report. This is the only thing. I think that now these days everywhere, if you go to the interior part of India, if you go to the interior, any state, connectivity is very good. So there is no
Right, right.
hardcore as a challenge we are facing right now. No.
Okay. Thank you so much once again for your insights. Once again, we are really grateful to you. We know that how busy you are, and I think now you are presenting from your office like many other
Yeah.
and academic persons. So thank you, and we like to keep our collaboration going with you. Okay.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Yeah. And one thing
Okay.
just I wanted to add you, thank you so much to Apnia University, Dr. Banerjee and team to give me a chance to explore about our technology, our work from TOSO, and hope we will continue in the future also. Thank you so much.
Okay, it's the mutual pleasure. We are, you're
Yeah.
also, very grateful. Okay, so with this, I would like to hand over the session to my respected coordinator, Dr. Moshri ma'am, for introducing the next speaker. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So, keeping the same continuity and the same pace, I, Dr. Moshmi Das, co-coordinator of this particular 6 days Atal FDP program, would like to take the opportunity to invite our next speaker of the session, Brijesh Verma, sir. And it's very delighted to introduce him before this particular online platform to all our respected participants and the present dignitaries in this platform. Mr. Brijesh, sir, dedicated his professional career in MSc Biotechnology and with an MBA of 18 years experience in biopharmaceutical industry. he have the privilege for working with reputable organizations, namely Zydus Life Science, Apotex, Acutest, and Lupin.
One thing, I think there is a small maybe confusion. I think the second speaker is Mrs. Hepzibah Philip and not Dr. Brijesh. Brijesh, I think will come in the third slot.
Sorry, sir. I would like to apologize for this. And our next speaker is Hepzibah Philip ma'am, and she is a quality ninja, as fully quality oriented and a very passionate person with a plus experience company with a versatile experience working domains like R&D, AIMSAT, MFG, and currently he is working in a quality assurance and batch release team. With the 14 years of passion in pharmaceutical company, a versatile working experience in R&D and MSAT FMG, he has also and got patent. Technology transfer of 3 products are also in pipeline. Also a significant contributor in validation and qualification of one application software, and he has achieved the best team in delivery and productivity for the product. He worked from end to end, and product is now launched in the market for best solution 2 times in 1 year and multiple times awardee for best investigation team and senior management team for his utmost dedication, hard work, best quality and compliance in its own facility and responsibility. With this short note of Hepzibah Philip, our today's resource person, I use for this particular session. Parth Bhai, please give Hepzibah ma'am the presentation rights.
Ma'am, not sure. Ma'am,
Parth Bhai.
Ma'am, not sure.
Not shown.
Yes.
Yeah, I think.
1 second. We check out. 1 second.
Has not joined. Okay. Ma'am, you could just give certain other instructions to the participants, and let me see whether I can, connect with
Yeah,
them.
fine. So
Yes.
participants, sorry for the inconvenience. Let's talk about the few important today's announcements. As we have already told that the attendance will be after the second lecture and before the third lecture. Feedback will be shared after the third lecture. Attendance link will be shared in the Cisco WebEx, and announcement will be done for the same in the WhatsApp group and also in the Cisco WebEx. Feedback link will be shared both in Cisco WebEx and also in WhatsApp group for your convenience. Feedback will be remain open tomorrow till 2 p.m. Kindly give your feedback and help us to improve. The attendance the session, all sessions, and if I just wanted to remind once more that after these 2 lectures, one is by Hepzibah Philip madam and next one is by Brijesh Verma sir. I have also one lecture by we have also a test, the evaluation test and the feedback. The test will be for 50 minutes as also announced earlier by coordinator sir, and after that 10 minutes there will be a feedback. So participants from your side are requested for feedback in the platform, in this particular online platform, and you are also invited.
Of the all Dr. Shiva Philip, madam is running soon.
Okay. She has joined. She has joined. She has joined. She has joined.
Yeah. No problem.
Okay. पार्थ भाई मैडम को एक प्रेजेंटेशन राइट दे दीजिए प्लीज, हेप्सिबा जो भी नाम से उन्होंने लॉगिन किया है. Ma'am, you can share your presentation, ma'am. This is Dr. Moshmi in the other end. Ma'am, maybe your network connection is, I think.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Now you are. Yes, Shiva, now you are.
Okay.
Audible, ma'am.
Please check
You
whether
can
it's
share
right or
your
not.
presentation.
Yeah. I'm trying that only.
There is actually
Yes,
icon and
there is a television sign.
arrow,
And one arrow is there inside that.
like a television.
One rectangular box in that one arrow.
Can my video be stopped for some time?
Yes, please.
Yes, you can.
Do that at your end only.
There is a ma'am video camera. You can just click it.
Okay.
It will stop. All the participants, till ma'am is sharing her presentation, I also wanted to remind once again a gentle reminder. We are having from 7:30 onwards valedictory session. Again, a kind invitation, and we urge you, all of you, a very kind request. Please join, and we will be delighted to have your presence in the valedictory. It is from 7:30 onwards. Yes, ma'am. The presentation.
Mute. Can you see the screen?
Ma'am, it has came and then gone. You just share the PowerPoint. Screen is visible. Yeah, it is okay. Now, just
Again,
click the
gone.
PowerPoint. Yes, okay.
That's fine.
I'll put
Fine,
it in the
absolutely.
slideshow.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
fine.
ma'am, it is
Thank
okay. Fine.
great. It's working. Please continue.
Yeah, so hi, good evening, everyone. This is Hepshaba Jobin. I'm logging from Hyderabad. So I'm very delighted to be in midst of you and sharing my knowledge and experience and the topic with you. So today I will be sharing related to quality elements in biopharma and quality management system. So my slide will cover the following topics: introduction, quality assurance and quality management system, good manufacturing practice, overview of GMP orders, GDP, QC, PQR. What are all these? I will tell you in my next slides. And quality management system. So here I want to just start why we have started good manufacturing practice. So what is good manufacturing practices? As you know, pharmaceutical companies have a manufacturing. They have their procedures, they have their SOPs, everything in place. But is it good or not? Will we get the medicine which is safe and it has an efficacy which will help patient to get treated and heal, and is it pure? How it will be ensured? So because of that, FDA had come up with the good manufacturing practice, which we in short call GMP. But how it has taken place, how the birth has taken place? So there are many historical events starting from 1935 till now. So I have just quoted two of the main starting incidents. So in 1935, if you see, there was a drug which was made with a poisonous solvent. So contamination of glycerin with the diethylene glycol, which is DEG, which had the adverse effect. What went wrong was the labeling was wrong, and composition was also not correct. So it led to the adverse effect where 107 people have been died. So there came the starting of things which should be as per the procedure, which manufacturing should be good, which includes not only just manufacturing, which includes proper labeling, dispatch, and lot of things. So that is the one thing what we can seen. What was the incident which have triggered in 1935? The other one was, again, people were killed due to the sulfathazole tablets. Why? Because it was contaminated with the sedative, which was a phenobarbital. And when the FDA have seen all these things, then they have then the GMP practices took the place, where the birth of GMP practices came out, where they have revised a lot of things, which includes the manufacturing and quality control requirement. So when a customer, when they are not well or their family is not well, they will just blindly go to pharma stores and they will try to buy the things, buy medicines. So if it is not a good quality, it will be a big problem. So as GMP, so as part of GMP, they will ensure that the quality of the product is good. If it is not good, what can be the problem? There will be a risk to the consumers. And what could be the issues? Wrong drug dosage, product will be contaminated, products package will be wrong label, as I was telling, and non-conformance of storage and distribution. So all these problems, if we have not addressed, we don't have good practices in place, quality good poor quality of products will be there, which will risk to consumers, so it will impact the drug safety and efficacy. So as I was telling, as consumers, they will believe and then they will go. So it is quality responsible. It is a responsibility not only for the quality, it is includes manufacturing, QC, everything. But quality assurance is one of the main department where it has to ensure the products are full, its product is of good quality. So that's why we have to see the importance of the drug manufacturing, which we are done have been in the GMP, and quality assurance is there to ensure the product which is reaching to the consumers are good, pure, safe, and it is having efficacy. So as I was telling in my previous slide, who is responsibility for the quality of products? Whether quality control, quality insurance, what? So if you see, quality management as a whole unit is responsible to assure the quality of the products. In quality management, quality assurance is the core one. But if you see, in quality management system, it doesn't only comprise of quality control, quality assurance, it includes the quality unit also. So all the three comprise and comes under the quality management system. QC is what? Quality control. It will check and evaluate and analyze what are the drugs which they have made. It is meeting the specification criteria or not. Different parameters will be there. pH and bioassay. A lot of things are there. Purity, which QC only will test. Otherwise, if we are not testing, just directly we are going, then we will see that lethal the adverse effects which we saw. So after all those things, only proper GMP took place, and quality control, quality assurance, the full quality management system have been started. So what is quality management responsibility? In accordance with the indication usage product, you consistently it will meet the quality requirements, do not pose a risk to consumers in safety and quality. So in short, it will protect the consumers. So quality management is established and enforced with the aim of quality requirements of all products are met and consistently maintained to safeguard consumers. Quality management is overall control encompassing quality assurance, GMP, and quality control to ensure the consumer receives good quality of product for its intended use and do not place the health of patients or consumers at risk due to inadequate safety and quality. So, in short, quality management shall develop and maintain control condition, which how they will meet by using established monitoring and evaluation system, perform yearly product quality review, and continuous improvements they will do, so that finally they are able to develop and release the good quality of the medicines. So as I was telling before also, quality assurance is the main core department which assures the quality of the product. The systemic action necessary to ensure adequate confidence that a product will satisfy the given requirement for quality. So totality of this action is termed as quality assurance. So it not only in pharma, if you go anywhere, non-pharma also, if you see in every company, there will be a unit called quality assurance. So not only bio, non-pharma also will have, but here we have to be more cautious and we have to be more careful, because we are these drug products are going to be consumed by the human use. So as I was telling, our QA system should ensure products are designed and developed in a way that it encompasses the requirement of GLP, good laboratory practice, and GMP, good manufacturing practice. Production and control operations are clearly specified in SOP and GMP adopted. Manager responsibility have to be there in job description. System ensure that the correct starting and packaging materials are used. They also ensure the starting material, intermediate products, bulk products are controlled. In process controls, calibration, and validations are carried out. Finished products are correctly processed and checked. Products are not sold or supplied before release. So, if we have to release the material, it cannot be done by any person. There is a team who is there to release the product in the market. That team comes under quality assurance and batch release. They are the authorized person with having more than 15 years experience. They will check all the data which manufacturing have entered. They will be having batch manufacturing record, which we call BPR. And from QC side, they will have the records which the QA of the QC, like analytical quality assurance, will check that all the parameters what the QC have tested are meeting the specification criteria or not. When from both side it is fine that manufacturing product is meeting their acceptance limits and QC's products is meeting the specification, then only the authorized person is able to release that product in the market. So that is all the work comes under quality assurance. And not only that, systems ensure that products are appropriately stored and distributed, because different products, especially the bio pharma related products like MABs and all, they have different storage condition. Some are stable in -20, or some are stable in 228. So all the temperature, all that validations have been done, and then the proper shelf life is given. So all those things the release person, the authorized persons will check, and then only they will release the product in the market. And all these things are again coming under QA only. That not only QA, it is under QC, so self inspection. So, and we will call auditors from outside to our company, and then we will see our company is really following good manufacturing practice. Is in manufacturing the proper SOP is followed or not, or is it just for the namesake? So procedure will be there, but people have to adhere to it. So compliance, that ensure that QA and everybody has to ensure, but through the auditors, external or internal auditors will check. They have their own checklist, they will go through and they will see if everything is fine or not. So which the inspection which is done by our own company by cross departments are called the self inspection. And then if we say, as I was telling, from quality from QC and QC has to meet the testing of the material with respect to the specifications. If pH has to be there to be released in the market, like the specification what its GMP RMP is established, it should be, for example, 7.2 to 7.4. So the result of that substance, that product should be with between that. In case it is not in the range, then there is a deviation, there is an something non-conformance. So deviations will be reported. Same in manufacturing. If things are not manufactured properly as per the procedure, they're not able to meet the acceptance criteria, deviations will be reported. Then investigated. There will be another team which again comes under quality site investigation team, which will go for the investigation and root cause analysis and kappa. All these things I will tell you in the next slides. Changes are controlled. So if any changes we are doing in GMP arena, then we have to there's a system, change control system, which we have to report, in the sense that we are telling we are going to change it. So if we are changing the specification or any procedure, any new change which comes, it has to be routed through a change control system. Systems follow to verify. So why we are following all those things? To verify the consistency of process and ensure the continuous improvement. And the same way, quality risk management. If for everything there is a risk, if we are not able to in before, only if we know that what is the risk, we can mitigate it. So there is a system called quality risk management. First they will do the they will find out what is the risk and what are the procedure how to mitigate it. So that is also a very important part of quality. So these are the different areas of quality assurance. I'll not take much time here. If you see, manufacturing QA is the one which will be ensuring the QA team will go into the manufacturing floor, shop floor. They will ensure that all the procedures are followed. They are giving the line clearance for, especially when there is a different product from one product to another product. If they're using the same equipment, then they have to ensure that product changeover is there. So properly they have to, wherever the parts of the equipment or system where the same that where the product will be in touch, then they have to do all the cleaning and washing as per the procedure. So like that, lot of things are there where QA has to go and check. So that is what the manufacturing QA for drug substance, drug product will go check and ensure. AQA, Analytical Quality Assurance, is the team which will go for the checking and compliance related to the quality control. QMS is this quality management system with the team which looks only for the QMS, like for example, change controls, kappa, deviations. DQA is again in the development. So before any products comes into the market, there is a development like R&D, research and development takes place for that product. So for what work they are doing, there also some control and assurance should be there. So that is the DQA team, which is development quality assurance. DCQA is document cell quality assurance, where all the documents they will archive and do the issuance. Alliance QA, for example, when the vendor, when we are changing the raw material or we are getting new raw material, or the existing raw material, are they are doing in a proper way, the audits of that vendors, all those things, the documentation is taken care by Alliance QA. Validation engineering QA, anything which is related to validation and engineering, that another team of QA will be doing it. Now coming back to the GMP, I have already briefed you. Just we can just go fast. Debashish, how much time I have?
Actually, you have time
Half an
till
hour?
no, even more than that, because you're
Okay.
till 5 p.m. Okay,
Okay,
so
okay.
you take your time and do it according to your convenience.
Sure, sure. Because if I am exceeding you, please let me know 5 to 10 minutes before.
Okay. But still there is a lot of time, so
Fine. So, coming back to GMP, good manufacturing practice. What is it? It's a part of quality assurance that ensures products are consistently manufactured to a standard appropriate to their intended use. It is concerned with both manufacturing and quality control procedures. So, QC also comes under GMP because QC is testing the product, the samples which the manufacturing is making. So it is a quality management system which is developed by US FDA. If you know FDA, which is Food and Drug Administration, they are very strict with adherence to the guidelines what they have made. So from there only this GMP is practice is coming. So if they come to our company or anywhere in India, they will ensure that whatever we have committed as per our procedures, and we have shared the data, and it is 100% followed. They will not entertain anything. They will not have they will not take any justification. They need everything very much transparent. So if any deviation has happened, we have not investigated, we have not found the root cause, and we are again going and producing another batch and keeping on, then it will be, then they will be giving a warning. So in that way we are seeing that USFD is the most stringent guideline. If you get approval from USFDA, then you can easily get approval from any other markets, any other countries. So that is the most important regulatory authority, I will say, for the approval of the medicines. So I have just put some few pictures because this is like related to fermenters. So since our company, and I have worked in the biopharmaceuticals in the maps, so these whatever pictures are, that's related to that only. So here we have seen, so in short, if it is biopharma or pharma, anything which is under manufacturing, the process should be clearly defined. It should be systematically reviewed, and shown to be capable of consistently manufacturing product. It should be consistent. Today if we say yeah, we are meeting, everything is fine, but tomorrow if something fails, we are not consistent. So before we make the material approve in the market, we need to see the process is robust. What is done under GMP can be summarized as below. All manufacturing processes are clearly defined in the form of BPRs. Like I told, manufacturing people will do the entry of the data what they are executing in BPR, which is batch production record, or you can say BMRs, batch manufacturing record. Nowadays everything online also started, like eBPRs, where first it was they were writing in the paper form, now they have started doing in the software. So different softwares are there where they have to the tabs will be given to the manufacturing personnel in the floor. They have to go and do the entry, online entry. And then SOPs, forms, records of any form they have to fill, they will be doing there itself in that shop floor, and then they will be submitting to QA to review and submit. All natural resources are provided by adequate trained and qualified personnel, adequate premises and equipment, adequate services, appropriate materials, containers and labels, approved procedures and instruments, suitable storage and transport, adequate QC facilities. So all these things has to be um, completely followed. If anything is there which is not, like we can skip, if we are skipping, this means we are not doing the good manufacturing practice. So when FDA auditor or any external auditors come, they will ensure that all these things are there, which will be given to them as a data, as a report, so that they can check and follow. Then what is done under GMP can be summarized. So next is qualification and validation work that has to be performed. Operators should be trained to carry out procedures correctly. Procedures and instructions should be written in an uh, unambiguous language as per GDP. In the sense, it should be very clear. In my next slide, I will tell what is GDP, which is a good documentation practice. So whatever one person is writing, it should be clear. There should not be any flaw. It should be a transparent. Manufacturing procedures are recorded as per GDP. All production and distribution records are retained. Proper storage and distribution of products. As I told, storage products also has to be labeled in a proper way, so that it is there's no cross labeling or cross contamination or anything which is coming and which can disturb the distribution or the storage or manufacturing. So for each and every product in our company, we should have a proper system, individual product specific. And in case if any product is having adverse effect on patient, there is a procedure how to recall that batch. And then if any complaints are coming, which is again we have distributed to to the patients or other consumers, complaints will be arised, which again has to be investigated. For each and everything which is manufactured, tested, and stored, distributed, packed, recall, complaint, for everything there should be a procedure. So there are 5 P's of which I can wind up in terms of 5 P's, which is the main focus area of GMP, which has to be ensured in a proper way. So if you see this diagram, which the circle, first you can see people should be trained and qualified, products, process, procedures, and premises. So all my previous slide, whatever I was talking about, it is all summarized in the form of 5 P's of good manufacturing practice: people, product, process, procedure, and premises. So here again I have given a picture. If you want, I can just go through it. Principles of good manufacturing practice. So as I was telling, clearly defined and controlled process should be there. Changes, if there is any change, we have to evaluate and we need to control. Well documented procedure should be there. Employee training of procedures, whatever procedures are there, that has to be trained by the employee. In some companies there's a separate team which is just responsible for training the employees. Then systems to address recall, sale, supplies, and control environment to prevent cross contamination. Systems are there which comes under quality management system, corrective and preventive action, which we call as kappa. Risk management, clean and hygiene manufacturing areas. Any customer complaints come, we have to investigate. Traceability of manufacturing and distribution, where is the problem, what we need to trace in that. and then we have to raise the deviation, and we need to document it. Audits. Why we are doing audits? So as I was telling before, self inspection, and we will call externally from audits. Why? Because then only we will know what we are doing is correct or not. Though we are telling we are following, but still we need a third eye or third parties check, so that we will say that we are good enough to go or not. It is like, if we are writing exam and we are only checking is it correct, we will put ourselves full marks, right? Or we will ignore something, or we will make correct, but it's not like that. That is why we are having the we will always tell other person to correct. So in audits also same thing. Auditing for GMP is specifically designed to address the challenges of GMP auditing for the food or pharmaceutical industry, especially when we are making food which will go, when we are making medicines which will be consumed by human. We have to be very careful. So if any challenge is there, that also we can come out, that can be found out through GMP auditing. Audits can be split into product process management system and performed by internal inspection or by regulated audit teams. Audits are comprehensive third-party inspection of a production company. It is meant to identify operational flaws and legal violations. As manufacturer, we are responsible for the whole process and products, even for the used products which are produced by others. So when we are manufacturing, it can be a raw material or any procedure, upstream, downstream, purification, whatever it is, we have to be responsible for what we are doing. And even if we are if some others are manufacturing and we are marketing, for that also we are only responsible, because our brand name is there. So whether we are doing directly or we are getting it done through the CRO or other company, we have to ensure all are meeting the quality and audits, and it will be audited. It is advisable that manufacturer plan suppliers audit also, as I was telling, they check the raw materials and their organization. The other parties must also be qualified and certified to get reliable and reproducible product quality. So as I was telling, in GMP, any documentation you do, it should be a good documentation practice. So GMP is which it includes GDP also, which is good documentation practice. What is GDP? What are the main um, um, parts which come under GDP, which we need to know is Alcoa and Alcoa. First it was Alcoa. Now these days we have one more thing which has added on to the Alcoa principle, which is Alcoa Plus. What is Alcoa? Attributable, that who has done the entry, we know that person. So there only in our so in the forms, any execution document, BPR or batch analytical record, we always tell them to put name and sign. We will take a specimen signature also. Any person joins the company, so in everywhere we cannot ask for name. So just with the sign we can identify who is that, because we will be having a copy of specimen. So attributable, who has done the entry. Attributable, legible means clear. L, legible. C is contemporaneous. So same time you have to do the documentation. You cannot do execution, you run everything and in the last. No, same time what you are doing, that should be a contemporaneous. O stands for original. Whatever data is coming, whether it is correct or wrong, what you are doing exactly the same thing you have to write. Original and accurate. Again, you should not do the falsification of data. You should not think, oh, if I enter this, it will create OS or it will create aviation or incident. Nothing. You have to be, when you are in GMP area, whether in manufacturing or QC, you have to be transparent, and you should have full knowledge of this Alcoa principles. What is Alcoa Plus? So the plus comes in the below four. Available, the document should be available, means it should be easily available either online or it should be physical. If any auditor comes, we can show to them. It should not be like you have written and thrown. So it should be filed, it should be documented and should be given back to the document team. Quality assurance, DCQA, what I was telling before. It should be enduring. It should not be in a some temporary thing which will not sustain. It should be in a proper enduring format, and then it should be consistent. It should not be like one day we have got this result and next day that result, because you're following the same procedure. So your same procedure will should give the same reading. So and you should be consistent in recording and adding, and then it should be complete. That cannot be like incomplete. You cannot do half data entry and go, since shift is finished you have to run home, your cab is there, bus is coming. You have to complete, no matter what if you are doing execution in the GMP space, you need to complete the data. So all this comes under the heading of good documentation practice, which we say as we see the principles of Alcoa and Alcoa Plus. QC. So till now I was still talking about manufacturing. I was highlighting about manufacturing related work and documentation and all. So QC, what QC does? They will take the sample. So when the manufacturing is done, they will take for every step samples, in process samples and final stage samples. Because in every stage, manufacturing need to see what they are doing. It is meeting the criteria which is required, for example purity or protein, the yield, the pH. So just if we are just we are manufacturing and giving directly to product, what is the quality, like we don't know what it is, how it is. If in cooking also we see, we have to see the salt and spice, and we have to check, test, and then we will do all those things. These checks are there. So same way in pharmaceutical area also, we see that when manufacturing is there, quality control should be there. And what they do, they will do the sampling, they will do testing, specifications will be there, they have to do the test. And then it's a part of GMP which is concerned with organization. So it's not just QC doing for manufacturing, it's a part of organization's a core part. Documentation they do, and they set, and they, in order to release any material in the product, there will be a procedure. So that procedure, which is, though it is a part of quality assurance, but quality control also has to meet those procedure. For example, if QC says the data is correct, analytical quality assurance should check everything, and then they will say, yeah, the data is there within the specification. In case if it is not within specification, then it cannot be released. Then there is a system called OS, which is out of specification, or OOT, which is out of trend. So when out of specification, any product which is not meeting the specification, when it comes, then there should be a proper investigation. Investigation will be of two types: phase 1, phase 2. So phase 1 will be, if the product is good, then it will be a invalid OS, means some problem is there in the QC. Either analyst has not tested properly, or equipment is not proper, something atypical, which will be due to the small issues or just testing issues. Those things will be closed in the QC. But if any issue happens, if it the out of after investigation, root cause analysis, when we find that QC has done correctly, still the value is out of specification, then the investigation goes to phase 2. Phase 2 means investigation will be going in the manufacturing area, that how the product was manufactured. Again, the whole investigation will be taking place in the manufacturing area, and find out why this product has failed the specification. Then the investigation will start, and in case it really fail, after doing resampling, retesting, after all the investigations, again if that product fails, this means it's a product failure, means something is wrong in the product. So if the product is the root cause is found in manufacturing, or if it is found that nothing is wrong, product itself has not behaved properly, that's a characteristic which is changed, or something is wrong, then we will say it's a valid OOS, like valid out of specification. Then we cannot release those batch. So that is where very important is quality control. To it will help in the release. We can release means batch will be going in the market for human consumption. Reject means we will reject the batch. We will be, though it will be a loss for a company, but it will be rejected and it will be drained. It will not go. So how those controls are coming? By doing all the in process testing, final stage testing through the QC. So as I have written in the last, it ensure that the defined tests were carried out and materials are not released for use. Products are not released for sale or supply until their quality has been judged to be satisfactory. Product quality review. So this is again one feature which quality assurance is responsible, that they have to do the regular quality reviews of all the products. Why they are doing this quality review is they have to verify that process and the product is consistent. So consistency of the existing process, the appropriateness of correct specification for both starting materials and finished product, to highlight any trends, to identify product and process improvements. Such review shall normally be conducted and documented annually, taking into the account previous reviews. So, as I was telling, we have to check our own thing, it is proper or not. Anything is there which is going out of trend, how we will check any specification? If we are seeing lot of out of specification, a lot of deviation, anything which is abnormal, how we will find out? By doing this product quality review. They will trend the data for each product. Trending of the data will be there, and then they will come with the conclusion. Then they will say some corrective actions, what has to be done to make the process of product robust and consistent. So this is very important part of quality assurance, which is happening in every manufacturing of pharmaceutical system. So there's a regulatory guideline which tells about the pharmaceutical quality system, where that is mostly which takes care of the CAPA and the quality management system is ICH Q10. So as per ICH Q10, review should be including the achievement. If pharmaceutical system objectives, as I was telling so now. So in this review, we have to see that um, whatever they have said that they have achieved the objectives, QA has to review, they need to ensure. Secondly, assessment of performance indicators that can be used to monitor the effectiveness. So they will have a performance indicators for each product, so they need to check, like how we say KPI, like that here for each product also. A critical process parameter, what we call as CPP, and critical process quality attributes. So parameters and attributes, all those things has to be checked periodically, and a review should be done so that it can be used to monitor the effectiveness of process within the pharmaceutical quality system. And it will be routed through complaint, deviation, kappa, and change management system. And management support and management review are critical for the effective kappa process. What is kappa process? I will be telling in the next slide. So as I was telling, quality management system comprises of different different systems, which is first is change controls. If you remember some 7-8 slides before, I was telling any change which is happening in existing, or we are going to change something, there should be a proper system to trigger. It will be having a number CC. In our company we call CC, like that. Any abbreviation or some systems will be there, different softwares are there to track the change control, initiation, numbering, and closure. So that is what change control. Second is deviations or incidents. If we have a procedure, if you are deviating from that procedure, that is a deviation. Incidents can be that it is also equal to deviation, but if there is no procedure but we have seen which is abnormal, which is very atypical, then it can be incident. Third is kappa, corrective and preventive action. Fourth, OS, out of specification, which I was telling in the QC slide, that any test which the results are not meeting that specification, that will go for the out of specification, which has to be investigated. QRA, quality risk assessment, which again which has to assess any risk if the product meets if product is not able to meet the specification or criteria, or any risk we are seeing, or we have to foresee, we have to do that assessment, and then we need to see how much is the risk, high risk, low risk, medium risk. Accordingly we need to have the mitigation plans, and then we have to, then only we can proceed for the change or approval of deviations, OS, OT, when we know all the risk is assessed and there is no potential risk. So, change controls, changes from the routine procedure. Critical steps of manufacturing process and significant changes to the process are assessed for impact and documented. Change control is a system designed to ensure that all changes which have a potential impact to product quality are evaluated before they implement. If any changes are there which can, any purity related, for example, ion exchange or size exclusion, different chromatographies are there. So if we see there is any impact, the purity can compromise. So if we are changing either any procedure or dilution or testing parameter, or in case specification, any changes we are doing to the routine procedure, we need to evaluate it. That is why we are telling that you have to, there should be a numbering, and then they will be checking, assessing, and then evaluate, and they will see it will impact product quality or not. in if it is impact in product quality, then that will be a major type of change control, for which we need to uh, give the notification to regulatory authorities also. Because when we file any company, when we market, if we want to produce our product to any market, we have to first have a dossier with the regulatory, we need to get approval from there. So we have to inform them, so that they inform that respective countries regulatory authorities that we are going for a change. They need to approve, then only we can take that change for implementation. So all these things are very important, and we have to evaluate and implement. What are the type of changes which are, though not limited: product formulation, product process, batch size, equipment, material, test method, supplier, etc. Change should be proposed, evaluated, implemented, reviewed, and approved by QA. Re-verification shall be performed when necessary. So any changes you cannot directly implement in GMP. That is a proposal. You have to see what is existing change, what you are proposing, and then you need to give a justification and justification documents, which will be reviewed and approved, of course, by QA. But before that, cross function holders also. So if QC is change control, we need to give to assessment to manufacturing and other cross function departments, because it is related to them. It is just only QC and QA, and manufacturing cannot take their own decisions. Everything should be 360-degree. We need to know who is our CFT for that, which person or which department is interlinked with this change. After that only it will going for approval, and then you can go for the implementation. So you need to revise the documents and put the change. Deviation, which can also be called as non-conformance or discrepancy. Deviation is non-compliance. As I told, if we have any procedure, if you're not following, it's a deviation. As in the GMP area, how we will say that it is a non-compliance against GMP requirement, regulation, existing procedures, which may lead to risk, non-conformity of material, product, and or process, risk to consumers, example microbe contamination, cross contamination, mix up, violation of SOP, OS testing result, has an impact to product safety and quality, risk to business, return compliant product. When all these things are there, then deviation is required. What is deviation? It's a non-compliance against GMP requirement, which we have already in terms of SOPs and guidelines. And this also, like change control, there should be a system, that there should be a software where you have to log in. Yesterday, for example, my material, some 10 ml bottle I have taken, some 5 ml spillage happened, and I was supposed to use full 10 ml. So it will be a deviation, because I'm not able to use full 10 ml because of the spillage. So I have to log in. So I will be raising a deviation in the system, which I have to get it reviewed and approved by my own manager, and then quality assurance. Then only with the deviation number, you will be issued new vial or new material from the warehouse or the issuing department. So that is where the deviation becomes important, because if you want to do activity further, you have to inform, you have to get it approved, then you can repeat it, or you can go for the next alternate thing. So all this which I have mentioned and told before, all these things, when there are all this which leads to this non-conformities, there should be a deviation. Kappa. So you might have heard kappa. Maybe some of you might have heard, some of you might have not heard. But this is very important factor in the quality management system, which should be there because when I was talking to you before about deviations and out of specifications, abnormal things which go in the GMP, everything will have a some reason. What is that reason? What is the reason? It can be anything. It can be a man reason, a machine reason, any reason. What reason? That is what we say. We have to investigate and we have to go to find just not the reason, what is the underlying cause, which we say as a root cause analysis. So root cause analysis help you to find out the exact reason, what is the root. It's not just superficial anything which you say ki it will be basically something which you have not followed. But if you say in the procedure it was not there, and you have done it, so if somebody will question why you have done it is not in the procedure, you will say it is not there, but it is not the real reason. You have to investigate why it is not there, then we will check one by one. We have to find out. So there are different tools for finding the root cause analysis is what we say. Like brainstorming is there, fishbone diagram is there, like different, like through it is through the deviation is through the process or a person or through the environment. All those things will when investigation is done one by one, then we will find out. So if it is really a simple procedure which is not mentioned in SOP, which should have been mentioned, that error can be, that can be a man error, because first version was there, second version when they revised by mistake that point was missed. It's a manual error. So what we can say, it's a manual error, it was skipped during the revision of the procedure. Sometimes if you go in the manufacturing or in the quality control, there will be big deviations where oxygen is not functioning, where you have to give cells oxygen, or when you are doing a purification in some chromatography, some column got choked. Why? Because maybe your purification, the previous step was not done. So why it was not done? So each and every question will have some whys. Until your why is not asked, you will not get the root cause. So that is what we say. Five why analysis is there. Why, or fishbone diagram, where you have to, like, 5 M's: material and method, man, milieu, which is environment, measurement. So even in QC also, if something is happening in the manufacturing and you're not able to see the reason, you can come and check in QC. Maybe the testing is not done properly, or they have not done the proper testing of the sample which was given to them. So any n number of reasons will be there. So once you get root cause, after doing the root cause analysis, then there is a system which comes as kappa, corrective. I have not taken that RCA, root cause analysis, in this slide. Maybe next time if I get chance I will cover those, because there are different tools. So if I go into root cause analysis, then it will not be, I will not be able to finish today's lecture. So I have not touched it, orally only I have explained. Kappa I have not, I cannot avoid, because it's very important. You should know what is kappa as part of GMP, as part of pharmaceutical management system, quality management system. So this I have covered here. It's a structured approach to the investigation process, if it should be used with the determining objective of determining the root cause. So when you know what is the root cause, when you know where is the problem, you can have a proper corrective action. When we go to doctors, for example, when we tell a lot of things, and doctor also will start 5 analysis, why, when, how, a lot of things they will ask. Why? Because he also wants to know the root cause. Once he knows the root cause, then only he can give you medicines, or he will tell you the way forward how you can address it, so that you will not get again sick. So same way here it is. When you know the root cause, when you find out what is the reason, then you need to have a proper correction in the system, which is nothing but corrective and preventive action. Kappa methodology should result in product and process improvement and enhance product and process understanding. So once you have proper kappas in place, which will ensure your deviations or your OS or your non-conformities are not repeated, then what it will result? It will result that your product and process improvement is there. You are not getting more deviations, because you have fixed the issue. You know what is the reason, and you have given the correct. You have taken the corrective action. You have taken the preventive action. So it will help in the process improvements, and definitely it will enhance the product and process understanding. So as per ICH Q10, what is corrective action? Action to eliminate the cause of detected non-conformity or other undesirable situation. So when you know, when the root cause you know, and you have seen that there is some non-conformity which is already detected, then you need to fix it. So that is what corrective action is. Action to eliminate the cause of detected non-conformity or other undesirable situation. What is preventive action? It is not eliminate the cause of detected nonconformity, but it is the action to eliminate the cause of potential nonconformity. Maybe it has not, that incident has not happened, the deviation is not happened, but it may happen. There is a high chance of potential nonconformity. So you are preventing that incident or deviation to happen. That is what is called preventive action. So, in short, if you see, corrective action is taken to prevent the reoccurrence. If something has gone wrong and you know what is it, you are fixing that problem. Same problem you are fixing, so anyways that will not reoccur. But what is preventive action? Some problems which, though it is not rooted in the deviation or OS, but you know it, there is a potential chance, potential non-conformity, it may go for again a non-conformity. Then what action you are taking comes under the prevention. Prevention means prevention of the occurrence. So in summary, just I'll go through it fast. Kappa is an extremely valuable tool for continuous improvement. Implement risk management and focus on the important issues first. As professionals, we should strive to prevent significant problems. When we have more, we grow, more we experience, we will understand what are the problems on conformity aviations. Then we will understand what could be the reason, root cause, and then we should be able to have a proper corrective action and preventive action. We should use metrics to monitor the performance. We should be we when we know what can be the reason, what should be the corrective action, then we have to be beware of unintended consequence, because we cannot just simply say, oh, we know that can be the problem. We need to know that that can lead to a serious consequences also. So we need to be beware of and have a proper kappa in place always. Purpose of corrective and preventive action is to collect and analyze information, identify and investigate product and quality problems, and take appropriate and effective corrective and preventive action to prevent their recurrence. So what I was telling in the previous slide, this is just I have written here in words. This will demonstrate to FDA that the manufacturer's quality system is effective. So when we see there is an improvement, we are not having many deviations, we are not having out of specifications, there are less non-conformities incidents. Why? Because we are taking an effective corrective action, effective preventive action, as we are fixing the problems. So in that case, when auditors come, when FDA comes to our company, they will say, yeah, our quality system is effective, there is an improvement. For example, last year they came and they saw some 30-40 OS per year. After 2 years or 1 year, if they come, they see only 20 are there, only 15. They will say, yeah, there is an improvement. This means whatever deviations have happened, there is the recurrence, there is a less recurrence. That is why we have come down to that number. And occurrence also is not happening. This means everybody are following the procedure, and QC manufacturing everywhere compliance is there, equipment is good, it is qualified, people are trained, everything is perfect. So less number of non-conformities, more good your company is, your quality system is more effective, and it will enable the manufacturer to identify problem quickly and implement effective. So what I told, this is what I have summarized here. OS also I have talked before in my previous slide. This is just one slide I have kept just again for the review. During the course of drug or drug products development, and as the product is nearing completion, it needs to be tested to ensure that it performs as expected within the specified limits, as mentioned in the compendia, drug master file or drug application. When it does not fall when it does not fall outside the specified limits, it is said to be OS or out of specification. If this happens often, it is an indication of the manufacturing and analytical procedures not being in control. So as I was telling, if OS happens, we have to do the investigation. That can be because of the analytical procedure or people who are working in QC, or the reason could be due to manufacturing, or it could be the product behavior which has caused the product to go out of specifications, it can lead to a frequent customer complaints and rejection of commercial batches. So if any batch we have already sold to the market, and if any customer complains, so mostly we are testing everything, our quality assurance is checked, we are released. But sometimes we have already released, and stability, if it is not stable or shelf life or some problem happens, then we need to recall. Customer complaints will be coming, so that type of issues will come. So we need to ensure, we have to do all the checks, stability, whatever the last data point, and then only we need to release the product into the market. So if we don't do all these things, customer complaint and rejection will happen. As a result, pharmaceutical business will face a heavy inventory loss. So if you are not able to find the out of specification, you don't do proper investigation, don't have some root cause analysis, you're not having proper kappa, again and again it is coming, again and again we are rejecting the batch, because valid OS means there is a product problem or a manufacturing problem where it should have been done. So we are under the loss. But it's fine if a company is losing, but our most primary utmost responsibility is, we have to ensure product is safe and efficacy. It should not compromise the safety of patients and their handlers. Therefore, any incident of out of spec result occurrence must be investigated and the root cause addressed. So I've done with my PPT. I'm open with any questions, anything which you people might like to question me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the detailed insight on this particular topic, which actually, in a nutshell, covers many of the things from basic to the laboratory level, how we can actually carry out or we can learn as an intern or as a trainee or after getting the job. Like, if I can briefly summarize, I hope I can do the best. Like quality assurance, good manufacturing practice, audits, why and how, the PQR, as well as the very important part, kappa process, corrective and preventive actions, the way of investigations of the parameters in that action, the deviations which we generally come across and how to manage those troubleshoots, deviations, non-conformance and discrepancies. This is one of the important aspect which we need to talk about or we think about. Product quality review, PQR, as well as the 5 M's in a fishbone diagram, if we can talk about in the kappa, and the ICHQ10, the corrective action and the preventive action, these two terms, I guess a differentiating aspect definitely need to be understood in this area. And lastly, out of the specifications, OOS, where a few important things we can get through. Ma'am, truly speaking, the way you have taken the particular like explanations, it is a lucid manner, even from a basic to the advanced way, how you have explored the different areas. It is really brainstorming, and we can get a food for thought today in the night, and we can thought about it. I hope participants will definitely agree with me. So now the forum is open for discussion, and I guess definitely I am sure one or two questions will be awaiting in this particular chat box. Mm, just a second, ma'am. Like, ma'am, I guess they are doing. From my side, one question, like, if you can just once elaborate me this fish bone diagram. Just I have skipped this thing. Just if you can once again tell me, ma'am, fish bone diagram in the 5 M's strategy.
Yes, ma'am. So fishbone diagram, if you see, if can I start using okay, just what I understand, because actually the best thing is if
Without
I
PPT
show
also, you can
diagram.
give me explanation. If you wanted to show image, that is also possible.
Yeah,
Whatever is
image.
best. Yeah.
Yeah, I will show you the image. Can you see my screen, ma'am?
No, yes, no, ma'am, not yet, not yet.
Not yet.
I think the presenter rights are not anymore
Okay,
with
okay. पार्थ भाई, मैडम को और एक बार प्रेजेंटेशन राइट दे दीजिए, इप्सिबा मैडम को। एक स्लाइड वो शेयर करेंगे। मैम, you can check now. Maybe you have got.
Yeah.
no, I think it's not yet done.
Can I share,
Parth bhai?
Devashish?
No, I think he's not there
Yes, sir.
yet.
Yes,
हाँ
yes,
थोड़ा सा
it can be shared.
एक्चुअली मैम को वापस एक दे दिए तो ये प्रेजेंटर राइट
Oh,
हाँ, दे
okay.
दिया है, दे दिया है।
So now is the screen visible?
नो नो
No, no, not yet.
Okay.
Ma'am, if the sharing is already on in your computer, then you can stop share.
Acha, then I have
Just
to
check the
again.
internet. Yeah, and reshare. You can do that also. That is the easy way. Participants, you can post the questions in the chat box. The forum is open.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to talk directly, we can get the hand raise options and we can unmute you. That is also one possible option.
Is it now? Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, fishbone
Yes.
diagram. Got it.
Yeah.
Cause and effect. Right.
Yeah, cause and effect. That's another word, is cause and effect. So what is the problem? So if you see, this is a in fish format, right?
Yes, yes.
Fish shape. So problem. So whatever problem is there, we have to keep here, and then we have to have 5 M's. So mostly we'll go with the 5 M's here in place of people. Like my company, we mostly follow 5 M's. So instead of people, what we use is man. So man, machine, method, material, measurement. These are the 5 M's. And here this is I have taken from Google only. So that is environment. So any failure, any non-conformity, if it happens, we need to investigate starting from the man. First we have to see that man person, or if it is QC analyst, if it is in the manufacturing production person, who is executing the who is manufacturing different steps. So if he is trained or qualified, if he has followed all the procedures, if his gowning is correct, where is the problem if it is in case of man. So I need to do the investigation first in the man. Who are the people, who was the team, who was involved in that unique step, or in that full stage where we have seen non-conformity. So that is where we will do the investigation for this one. So fish bone, so if you see, we will see there are 6 bones here. I was talking about 5 bones. Here there are 6 bones. So one bone is man, where we will give it different factors. What can be reason, as I was telling, training, conformance to the procedure, or related to his dress, if some environmental excursion, or if something has happened where purity of where we see some contamination is happening, especially in upstream in biopharmaceuticals, when we have a product which is rising from mammalian cell culture. So contamination happens in upstream, you will be knowing. So maybe the person who has done, because sometimes when we do the investigation, we find that the causative organism is bacteria, and that bacteria has been caused only due to the human intervention. So man can be the reason. Second thing is machine. So is that machine in the sense the equipment which we have used, so it is qualified or not, was it out of was it not properly, like it is not in the routine, it has been used and people have not used it. So in manufacturing, if you see in GMP space, for equipment, for usage of equipment also, there are different procedures, routine maintenance, we have preventive maintenance, lot of things are there, which then only that machine or equipment a person should use in the manufacturing. So if is the reason coming from machine. Third is the method. What method? For method mostly comes in the QC. If the QC person which has to test the protein, or it has to test what to say, impurity, or if they have to see microbial load, like here we in our company we see BET. So different tests are there where we have to see if product is pure or not, any bioburden, is there any extra contaminate, what is there. So if for each product, for each test, there is a different methods. So maybe it's just simply QC person has not used the correct method somewhere, that can be a problem. Or for manufacturing also, if any method is there which they need to do, they have skipped or they used wrong, so method can be a problem. Materials, is it a raw material, is it upstream some material or in downstream, what can be. Measurement, is the QC measurement has not done, they found some failure in the testing. Or it can be because of the environment itself was not clean, what not pure. The what to say, it has to be clean rooms, we have different grades of classification. So if the environment itself is not clean, there is though we are claiming that it is classified, but it is not. People who are supposed to clean it properly, they have not done the cleaning. Or some paint have something which has caused, which has disturbed the product and process, and which has caused that problem, so that will come under environment. So we need to do the investigation. So this fishbone diagram is one of the tool to find the root cause of the problem. Is it clear, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I understand now.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
We can take
Okay.
the questions.
Yeah.
If questions are there, I will take. Otherwise, Debashish, I have also have some few questions, as you know. So maybe I will ask that like a quiz.
Yes, yes. I think that will be quite
Yes.
interesting and
Yeah, quite interesting.
lively. So you can please ask
Like,
that.
So any questions are there, or shall I start?
No, I think yeah, there is
no,
one
I
question
think
actually.
not yet. One
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
question. Bye.
Yeah, just now came. So Dr. Rupak Kumar actually asked that what is the basic difference between QC and QA?
Okay, so that question what he has asked is already I have that question. So yeah, so that is a very good question, and many people have doubt in that. So QC is quality control, which they will only test. They will not do any. They will not check or ensure that testing is done properly. They are just execution team. Samples will be given and they will be testing it. They will follow the procedure. They will have their method. They will be they know the what is the specification. They have to follow their method, their procedure. They will do all the testing and the value they will report. So it is something like a team which just test what you have given. So if like how we say diagnostic centers, if we have to know what is our blood sugar or what is our hemoglobin, so we will be calling them. They will take the sample, they will test and they will give the result. Same is what QC. So manufacturing will give the samples to QC time to time, at every step as per procedure, at every stage, to know where they are they going well or not. So those samples are tested by QC. So QC is just like how, as I told, they will just test and report the results. But what is QA is quality assurance. They have a big team. They will ensure that what QC is doing is correct or not. They are following the correct procedure or not. They are they are in compliance, they are following the GMP, because QC also comes under GMP. So whatever they are doing, it's correct or not. There are deviations and the out of specification, all those things which they have reported, are they have properly reported, are they so they are allowed only one time testing. They cannot if for example something is out of specification, or it is not passing, or just the control sample is not passing, there are high chance that they may take another sample, and or they may do something data integrity related. They can do falsification. So QA comes in picture there. QA knows how much sample is issued to them. There are procedures, there are systems in place. They will check, they will see, yes, all the whatever they are supposed to use, they have taken, they have reported. There is no defects, or there is no problem. Everything is going as per procedure. So they are ensuring and assuring that QC test whatever is reported is correct. like that, QA not only for QC, QA is there for the manufacturing. So they will assure whatever manufacturing is doing, they are doing correct and they are doing in compliance. There is no falsification of data. They are not simply writing yes it is complying, yes it is true, yes the procedure is followed. For each and everything, whatever execution is done either by manufacturing and QC, QA is responsible, because they have to check, they have to see deviation out of specification, the root cause is found properly or not, or they're just simply writing anything. And it should be a real root cause, it should be a real outcome of the investigation. Corrective action, they cannot simply say anything, no this is there, that is why. So for everything, that the QA has to be very strong. Then only that efficiently we can say and we can assure that yeah, our product which is going to market, it is thoroughly reviewed and approved by QA, and then only they are releasing. So in nutshell, QA assures the product which is manufactured and tested, and it is going to patient with full safety and efficacy. QC is just the testing team. Is
Okay.
it answered his question?
Yes, yes, yes. I think, as a train to the question, the same participant actually asked that whether QMS covers both QC and QA. He's asking that, is he right on that? QMS, that means quality management system, covers both QC and QA.
Yeah, correct. That is correct. Under quality management. So if you see FDA, if you go to their sites or anywhere, if you see under quality, they will say your quality unit. So everywhere when you use the word quality or quality management system, it includes QC as well as QA. Only QC or only QA is not a quality. Quality. So I have shown one slide. I think I should go back, and so that will answer his question. It is a combined unit. See, QC, QA, and quality management system. So under quality management system, these two teams or departments exist: quality assurance and quality control.
And
Anything
I
else?
and I think Shiva, in present scenario, QC and QA are the parent organization, or rather, or sorry, the department. Okay, actually, who spearheads it. But when you're talking about the QMS, I think it relates to the entire quality practices and approach of the organization as whole, which includes each and every department and processes, right? In it.
Yes. But when it comes to quality, it's not only quality assurance, it's quality QC also, because they are testing. They are the testing person. So they are they will definitely come under quality umbrella only. We cannot though that it's a different department, but it comes under the same umbrella of quality. So not only just related to QMS, but for in any ways, quality means it is both, but assurance means they have to assure. But members cannot be same. If his doubt is that quality control, so if the same person can do both, no, same person cannot do both. As I was telling, if we are only testing, if we are writing the exam and we are only checking, it is not correct. We are writing the test, our teacher or investigator has to check it. It is something like that. So quality assurance will check, will review, will approve. Quality control will be testing, since they are not part of manufacturing. In if you say in nutshell, in the pharmaceutical, biopharma, pharma, we have two units. One comes under manufacturing, which engineering, packaging, and SCM, lot of departments, sub departments will come under manufacturing. Another main department or main umbrella, what you say, is quality. Under quality comes QC and QA. Why QC? Because it is the second party, it is not under manufacturing, it is independently, without seeing anything. One sample they are given, they are testing. So that is why they are telling the quality of the material, and they are controlling, in the sense, by doing the testing they are checking that it is fine or not. But the whole data, approval, and authorization, everything comes under QA. Hope I answered somewhat, people can understand now.
Yeah, I think it's quite clear now. So I think you in we really want to ask you that whether you can present your quiz now to the participants. There are actually a couple of other questions related to it, but we can share your email ID and to the participants and also pose the questions to you so that you can answer them.
Yeah.
Get
So
them.
later, yeah, correct. So I will just share the my uh, last slide, right? The wishes you want me to share last slide.
Yes, 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 yes.
But questions I had kept for just to check how much they have understand. Can I first go through the questionnaire?
Yes, yes, yes. Please, you can do that.
Yeah, so that they will understand more. Like just it will be a revision also for them. So anybody, since I cannot see the teams who is raising hand or who is messaging,
No, there
maybe
are.
Devashish or Mashmi, any one of you can help if they want to answer. So question I'm posing now.
Okay,
Is my slide
so
visible?
yes, yes, it is. So
Yeah.
participants, now it's the reverse way. The resource person is actually asking you some questions, in an interesting way in the form of a quiz. So can you please see that whether you can answer these questions or not? Okay, we would please answer this in the chat. You can answer this in the chat.
Yeah, either through chat or they can unmute or raise hands. But somebody, Devashish or Mashmi ma'am, somebody has to facilitate that. I can see only
Yes,
slide in
yes,
front of me.
yes. We can just see. पार्थ भाई रेज ऑप्शंस जहाँ पे है उनको अनम्यूट कर दीजिएगा. Anybody wanted to answer what is GMP?
Just full form. I don't want like one line, two line.
Like,
Just full form. What is GMP?
Means if you don't want to say it
just
Or
you
verbally,
can
just
write
put
in
chat.
chat box. That is
It's very important word. That is why I'm
Drashti,
telling.
Bhalgama Drashti. Parth bhai, yeah,
yeah. So
she
Darshan
can
Akbari
unmute and she
has the
can say.
answer. Darshan Akbari has the answer. He is telling it's good manufacturing practices.
Yeah,
Yes,
Drashti
correct.
also raised hand. She wanted to tell.
And Rupak
Yeah.
Kumar also, and Odissi, Sri Venkatesh, all are actually correct, I think.
Yes,
So
very good. Very good. Actually, one more thing I want to add. So GMP is good manufacturing practice, and there is another word as CGMP, which is current good manufacturing practice. So if any company they are telling they are GMP, it's not like they are just following the procedures practices which was there years before. They need to be aligned and they need to see they are following the CGMP, which is the current good manufacturing practice. So please note this point also, CGMP, which has to be followed currently. That is the current, because these practice procedures, FDA and the regulatory authorities will keep on revising it. So that is the question, and one additional note I have given. Second question is quality management is overall control, is overall compasses of what? Like what just now I have showed that slide also. What quality management consists of? Simple question.
Anybody wanted to answer in the forum? They can just write in the chat box. Bhalgama
guys,
Drashti again has raised their hand. You can unmute yourself.
okay, so the first answer is coming from Dr. Ashish Singh and Anil Kumar Singh. They are saying it's QA and QC.
Yes, very good. Very good.
Okay, okay.
Next question is, what are the 5 P's of GMP? I have highlighted, I actually, because in my mind that question was there,
Yeah,
that's why I have
it is
told.
already answered by Rupak Kumar sir. People,
Uh,
product, procedure, process, premises.
Very good. Very good. Is QC part of GMP? My next question. Yes or no? Anybody can unmute and tell, or
Excuse. Yes, Rupak Kumar sir told yes.
Yeah,
yes, very good. Thank
Parvati
you.
ma'am is told yes.
yeah.
Yes. Very nice.
So I think
Anand,
people
Yokesh
put your
sir
question.
has told yes.
Yeah,
So
people
lots
have
of
commented,
answers are coming up.
right,
Yeah.
your presentation really well, and most of them are spot on.
Yeah, it is interactive actually. People
yeah,
are,
I'm actually
Archana
very
ma'am also
happy.
told.
People are able to answer also, and I'm really happy
Yeah,
with the
Kevin sir, Urti
audience.
ma'am.
Yeah. Just few more questions I'll take fast. Difference between QA and QC I have already taken, I have already told. What is GDP? Again, a abbreviation. Just the full form, so that
Anybody?
people will remember.
Yes, good document practice by many of the participants.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Full form of ALCOA.
Alcoa.
Yes, GDP. It's the principles of GDP.
I guess participants are most enthusiasm.
Any one right answer can be
No,
done.
no, not gross doma. It is that principles of Alcoa and
Alcoa
attributes
plus.
and
Yeah, so I have not asked
yeah,
Alcoa plus. It will be too much. Just Alcoa. Only 5. Attributable starts from attributable. I have
attribute.
given
Yeah.
already hint.
I think little advanced one, Alcoa.
Yeah, attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original, and accurate by Mehul Kumar sir. Same by
Yes.
Murthy ma'am. Same.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much. Thanks. Full form of kappa. Again, it's a very easy question.
Okay. So many persons are getting most of the answers right.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, Rupa Kumar sir, corrective and preventive action.
Yes,
So
correct.
please, ma'am and sir, the person who is answering the maximum questions, please see that you reward them with something. Since it's
Yes,
online, I
yes.
cannot do otherwise. If it was physical, definitely some chocolate or some perk I would have
Yes,
given.
yes, true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of
Uh,
people are answering.
yeah, very good. And
Surprise,
difference
actually.
between ka and pa, corrective action, preventive action, like
Yeah.
simple one word. What is occur? What will stop occurrence? What will stop? Which action will stop occurrence? Which action will stop recurrence? Just that point I want to listen. With
Anybody?
CA and PA.
So I just wanted to put it again for the convenience of the participants. So CA, out of CA and PA, which will stop occurrence and which will stop recurrence? That's what this is person asking. Rupa Kumar again, sir, okay, has come out that CA will stop occurrence.
Yeah.
Yes. Recurrence is CA, PA is it will stop the action of occurrence, which will be the first time. Good,
That
very
PA
good.
will stop with recurrence, oppositely.
And lots of participants are answering.
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks. Just 3 more questions. Which ICH guideline talks about QMS?
It's by Kevin Visser again. ICH
No,
Q10.
I think before the question finishes, the answer has come.
Yes, Priyanka ma'am, corrective action, preventive action.
Yes. Thank you. Just 2 more questions. Which system is designed to ensure that all changes which have potential impact to product quality are evaluated before they are implemented?
So
I'll
again,
repeat. Answer has come.
I think there's no need to repeat. It says that change control system.
Yes. Very, very good. Really happy with the audience and all the people. And just last question. What is OS means? Just the full form, nothing else.
Okay, so Valgama Dusty has said that out of specification.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks a lot, all the audience. Thanks, Mashmi ma'am. Thanks, Debashish.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so
I'll
much.
just go back to my slide of thank you where people want to note if they want my mail ID.
Yeah. And we are really thankful to you also for this very interesting and lively session at the end. Okay, and this really shows that participants, in spite of being afternoon, late afternoon, people were really hooked to your lecture.
True.
And
Very true.
all the questions so abruptly. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. It
Thank you
was
so
my
much.
privilege. Again, I just want to thank the Mashmi ma'am and Debashish to give me opportunity. I want to thank Atma University and everyone, all the staff who has given me this opportunity to present some quality related topics. And thank you. Really, if any doubt, any problem, anything, you can take my number from Debashish or through mail ID. You can please question me anytime, anything related to quality. Thank you.
Yes.
So, Shiva, once again from the on behalf of Atma University, this Atal FDB program, and we as the coordinators, okay, we are really grateful to you for taking your time out and delivering such an exciting talk on the various quality aspects. And ultimately, for really engaging the audience with this lively quiz. Okay, so Partbhai, let us have a good round of applause for Shiva.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shiva. We will like to keep you, keep you posted and keep in touch with you. Your email ID is, I think people have already noted, and they can also contact you in case of any kind of queries or any kind of help. Okay. Okay. So with this, ma'am, with your permission, shall I continue?
I would like to say one thing to the
Okay.
participants. I have shared an attendance link in the Cisco chat box. Please fill the attendance link. Feedback will be shortly shared after the third lecture. Once again, I remind that our exam will start 6:30 and for 50 minutes, that is up to 7:20, then 10 minutes feedback. Thank you, participants. Till now, we are receiving a lot of feedbacks. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm. It always boosts us. So without wasting the, I guess we can move ahead for the next session, Dr. Devashish sir. It is by Brijesh sir. He has already joined. Already I have given a brief on his CV and its vast in his vast experience. What I just missed for his key role in the successful completion of few of the projects, which is really interesting to
It's
note.
okay, ma'am. It's okay.
Yeah.
We can just, for the benefit of the participants, we can again just repeat that so that they can, understand now, like, his background and experience.
Sure. So, Brijesh sir is a dedicated professional with an MSc in biotechnology and MBA and an MBA. Over 18 years in the biopharmaceutical industry, he had spent his, and apart from that, he has the vast experience in myriad organizations with a various capacity, in his various capacity, like Zydus Life Science, Apotex, Acutest, Lupin, and currently he is working as senior scientist at a leading biopharmaceutical company in USA. Throughout his career, he has significantly contributed to the numerous research projects which are related to monoclonal antibody development, that is hybridoma technology, bioassay, biomarker assay development, bioanalysis. Some special mention to the specializations in regulated bioanalysis for PK or TK and immunogenicity assay in both clinical and preclinical setups. A pivotal role he has also played for few of the very important projects funded by government agencies, like the monoclonal antibody cocktails for rabies, Vaxirab, TDM1, Ujvera, and preclinical monoclonal cocktails against COVID-19. With this short glimpse of his vast experienced career, it is our privilege to invite again Dr. Vijay sir in this platform. Sir, you are invited to once present here, deliver your insights on the lecture. I request Parth bhai, please उनको presentation right दे दीजिए, वो already meeting link पे ही है.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
Shall I?
Yes, sir. You can
share
present.
yeah.
Yes, you can. You have given the presentation.
Yes. Okay.
My screen is visible to all.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yes, you can continue now.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Debussy, Mosime ma'am, and entire Atmiya University for giving me such a great pleasure to present uh, my views on immunogenicity and give some insights about that. So thank you very much for that. So today I would like to uh, give some insights about the immunogenicity of therapeutic proteins. So therapeutic protein means it's like I'm not a yeah. So it's like which the proteins. I'm mostly talking about the large molecule drugs which are used for the therapeutic purpose. So this talk will cover mostly about the general introduction about the immunogenicity, its clinical outcome, factor responsibility for the immunogenicity, and how to develop an assay to detect the immunogenicity. And finally, the question answer session. So first of all, what is therapeutic protein? So therapeutic protein is basically greater than 40 amino acid polypeptide, which is roughly around 4.4 kDa protein, and which is of biological source. Uh, Means it's not derived from the chemical synthesis. It comes from the human or animal source. So basically, it is hormones, cytokines, enzymes, antibody, fusion proteins, etc. So what is immunogenicity? So one significant challenge with the protein-based therapeutics is their immunogenicity or their tendency to trigger unwanted immune response. So in case of drug, uh, which is therapeutic drug, we don't want that body will generate the immunogenicity. So we consider as a unwanted immune response. However, there are cases like vaccines where we want uh, immune response. So it's a two different scenarios. Here, I'm talking about the drugs other than vaccines. So mostly the response, the immune response comes with the T cells or and a humoral and antibody, both type of response. But to detect the immunogenicity, we generally check the antibodies, which is activated B cell response. So what is happening when the body generate immune response against certain protein or drug, the efficacy of the drug compromise. And furthermore, is it possible there is a serious adverse event which related to the cross reactive with the autologous proteins, which calls autoimmunity many a times. So basically, if we see the therapeutic protein immunogenicity in nutshell is the response generated by both cellular and humoral arm of the immune response. However, we measure as I said, we measure the antibodies only. So antibody directed against the total protein. Total protein means the drug which we have given to the patient. And this total protein could be of IgM, IgG, IgE, or IgA isotype. So, and the protein basically uh, maybe a cytokine, maybe a growth factor, hormone, uh, blood products like factor 8, and of course, very common monoclonal antibodies. So I will come back and I'll talk something about the factor 8 also, the clotting factor, later slides. So before that, I would like to just give a brief about how it's happening in immunogenicity against the therapeutic protein. So when the drug is given to the patient, first of all, this is like idiocentric response. So when the drug is given to the patient, many a times it has been seen uh, some of the patients or group, or you can say that uh, the populations uh, immune response triggers, and some of the populations or individuals, there is absolutely nothing happen, and they tolerate the drug dose without any immune response. So what is happening when the uh, drug is given? The the circulating cells, which is like sentinel cells, they 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 found something in the drug which they feel that is a threat to the body. So they act against that and process that drug and present that drug to the T cells. So, and uh, T cells with the primary and secondary response, co-stimulator response, convert to the T helper cells, and T helper cells help to the eosinophils, neutrophils, and macrophages to swipe the drug from the bloodstream. So this is very specific response T cells does against the therapeutic protein, which is, of course, as I said, is very sometimes very personalized. Sometimes one person uh, have this response and some other person does not have this. So that's why nowadays, uh, uh, for the few disease or therapeutic drugs, they we are means that researchers are working for the personalized medicine. So I I will just give you some overview about factor 8, which is blood clotting factor. Uh, if some deformity is there in the body, in the clotting factor 8, the hemophilia A disease occurs where the clotting does not happen. So what is the problem? And the diversity is in the in European population, it has been seen that if the therapeutic factor 8 is given to the patients, they 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 used to tolerate that, and there is no ADA response against that therapeutic factor 8 drug occurs. But same drug in the African population, it causes ADA, and the problem with the ADA is treating ADA responses, as I explained in my second slide, that it sometimes generates a cross reactivity and autoimmunity. The treatment of the cross reactivity is even problematic or and very costly than treating the main disease. So how to get rid of that? So now the treatment goes to the genetic level. So the the it's still a lot of to do in this regard, but the idea is they will see this ADA response is happening. Why it is happening? First of all, I'll explain that. So what is there? Once uh, the body, the patient which has hemophilia A has some deformity in the factor 8. That's why they are not able to clot the bleeding. And if the drug, which is fine, perfectly designed, given to the body consider is as a foreign, because this is different than their own factor 8, and body generates the antibody against the factor 8 therapeutic drug. So the problem is how to tackle this. So the researchers are now working like to check individually that whether that which kind of changes occurs in the endogenous factor 8 and similar kind of drug they should prepare and inject to the person so that there is a no foreignness occurs and body should consider that it is similar to their own protein and there will be no ADA generated. The problem here is individualized drug is not possible. It's a huge population. You cannot do that. So they are trying to uh, see the groups, like I said, that European population has no much ADAs than the African. So similarly, African, European, Asian. So like that, they will try to see the similarity of the deformities in the body, and similar way they will generate the drug and inject the drug so that ADAs will not be there. So though it looks very easy, it's very tough task. And since the person to person differences are there in a same within a group, so I don't know how it's going to be, but of course, it's better than giving to all groups the same drug. Then the at least group-wise differentiation will be there. So coming back to uh, the current slide, the T cell response, uh, as we have seen, also responsible to activate the B cell, and B cell converts to the plasma cell and generate the antibodies against the specific drug and neutralize the drug and wipe out the drug from the bloodstream. And same T cell also activate the memory B cells, which is stored in the body for the future response. So same slide, I'm going to explain a little bit more. So here we can say that if you see here, the drug is injected in the bloodstream. This is the bloodstream, and and the sentinel cells like dendritic cells immediately when they recognize that this drug is somehow threat to the body, they will act against that and process the drug and present the T cell receptor. Process the drug and move to the lymphatic system, and inside the lymph node they present the T cell receptor to T cell epitope to the receptor, and with the help of MHC class 2. So this primary stimulation and with the co-stimulation, the T cell converts to the T helper cell 2, and uh, proliferation occurs. Here, if the proliferation, this all is happening in the center of the lymph node, and in the proliferation process, the CXCR5, which is kind of marginal protein expressed. The role of the CXCR5 is to carry lymph uh, Th2 cells to the periphery of the lymph node, and in the periphery, B cells are present. So once CXCR5 reach to the periphery, come in contact with the B cells. B cells also express CCR7 protein, which interacts with the CXCR5, and reaction occurs. So what this does, this activate this CCR7 and CXCR5 interaction, activate the B cells for the and proliferation occurs. So activation of B cells is done uh, by this reaction, as I explained in my previous slide. So after activation, these cells move to the bloodstream and and go to the site, generate to they convert to the plasma cells, which are short-lived plasma cells, and that these short-lived plasma cells generate the antibody against the drug and act against the drug to wipe out from the bloodstream. So this all is occur only and only when the dendritic cells think that this drug has some threat to the body. So same, if we go further, this is the holistic view how it is occurs if uh, uh, when we give the different doses to the patients. So like in the challenge first means the first time dosing of the drug, as as you can relate with the my previous slides, the naive B cells will be there, and drug in the presence of drug, it will activate the B cells. B cells convert to the short-lived plasma cells, and they will these plasma cells will generate the antibody and act against the drug. So here, if you you can see that here is IgM and IgG both I have mentioned here. So why both? Because the first response is majority of the IgM response. So IgG might be there, but will be very less at this moment of the time, and IgMs will be in the larger amount. So and after IgM response uh, and the presence of low level of the antibodies, the elimination of the drug will be there, and at certain time, uh, this IgM response, you can see around like 5 to 15 days after the dose, and after that, after elimination, there is a low level of the drug should be maintained, which is here, and this low level is the time where the second dose, or you can say the uh, booster dose, to be given for the therapeutic drug. So of course, the drug will be not one-time drug. It's like a multiple dosing will be there. So in the second dosing, already memory cells are there, and this is going to be real quick. They don't have to migrate, dendritic cell don't have to migrate to the lymph node, and lymph nodes from helper cells, and all these cycles are not required. It's already memory cells are there, and will it boost the antibody response, and immediately you'll see that in this IgG boost will be there. Here, IgM will not come in the picture. Mostly IgG will be there. IgG or maybe other isotypes. It all depends upon how 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 the ADA is taking the giving the like isotyping switch. So here IgG response will be there, and the response will be like you can say 30-40 times more than the first response. So here after this, they will clear off the drug, and at this moment, long-lived plasma cells will be there. So, and they will maintain the certain level of the drug where we can see the presence of a certain level of ADAs all the time. And these these points to be considered while designing the clinical trials. Then which time points are we have to check the ADAs, and which how much time we have to give to clear off the ADA. So this all depends upon the half-life of the IgG, like 3 to 4 or maybe 5 half-life. We should see that clearance should be there. So these time points to check the ADA level are very crucial to understand how it is happening, how we can correlate this with the PK profile also. So, so the to look at the ADA, or you can say the immunogenicity against the drug, we have to see combined uh, uh, results, which is PK and ADA both. I will come in later slides that there is a like many possibilities where we can say that only if presence of only ADAs are there, there will be chance that the body will be okay. There is a no problem, no cross reactivity. But we cannot say simply to see the ADAs and that everything is fine. We have to correlate with the PK results also. So here in this, I missed to tell that these memory cells, the plasma, short-lived plasma cells and activated B cells also move to the bone marrow, where bone marrow used to have that long-lived plasma cells and activated B cells or memory B cells, which whenever is required move to the blood stream and act against the available drug. So this is the summary of what I explained. This is like first dose where we can see the response around 7 to 14, 15 days, which is majority of the IgM response. And after the second dose, second exposure, the which may be like 30, 40 days, may reach to the peak level of the IgG, majority of the IgG response. So here in the single exposure, IgM will be there with a limited magnitude. In the second exposure, isotype switching may happen because of the ADA, and high magnitude of the IgG will be there, or other isotypes will be there, but majority of the IgG. And multiple consecutive exposure leads to the isotype switching with the even higher magnitude of the and high affinity of the antibody. So now the immunogenicity and the clinical outcome. So first, what what it tells about the safety. So ADAs is like anti-drug antibody are kind of two types. First is like against the total protein, and but ADA against the total protein develops, but it is not affecting the functionality of the drug. So we can say it's anti-drug antibody. But when they blocking the functional epitope of the drug, it is called neutralizing antibodies. So in case of just ADAs, the effect could be less, or we may not be concerned about the cross reactivity, autoimmunity, and other efficacy related factors. However, we have to look the result with the PK profile. But in case of neutralizing antibodies, there is a concern, many possibilities of the compromising the efficacy of the drug and compromising the possibility of the cross reactivity is there. So safety is like neutralizing activity of endogenous counterpart with unique function causing the deficiency syndrome. Hypersensitivity reactions may occur, as I explained, and what is happening to the efficacy, enhancing or decreasing efficacy by changing. Yeah. So this is one point. In general, there is a like efficacy used to compromise, but it might happen that high half-life change and may increase the efficacy for say a certain period of time. And it also changed the biodistribution. That ADME profile may also change because of this changing in the half-life. And of course, it affects the pharmacokinetics. As I said, this ADME profile may change. So antibody production may dictate the change in the dosing level due to the PK changes. Of course, this all outcomes based on the all outcome, we have to decide the dosing and dosing frequency and dosing amount, that how to go with the drug dose. And if there is a nothing, no ADAs are there, generally uh, it we can go with that. If it is like no neutralizing antibody present and all profiles are good, PK is not changing, then we can go with the with that drug. So how it happens? So if binding ADA, as I said, it's not new NAbs neutralizing antibody, the impact will be low. If PK is altered, impact will be more than the just binding ADAs. And if it is neutralizing antibodies present, the impact will be even higher. And if it hypersensitivity, cross-reactivity, these are the, you can say, a dangerous situation for the patient. So, and the frequency of having the binding ADAs, presence of the binding ADAs are too high. Generally, even with the humanized antibodies as a drug, also we have seen the presence of the binding antibody, though it is humanized. So the frequency of the binding ADA is very high, then altering the PK profile is less than the ADAs, and presence of the neutralizing antibodies are even lesser than the presence of the ADAs. And the hypersensitivity cross-reactivity is very low in general. So with all this, how to proceed after all this, we have to see the risk versus benefit approach. Of course, many cases will see the ADA presence. We may say that altering of the PK profile, but we have to see all the um, uh, outcomes, and we have to see whether it's still beneficial to go ahead and confirm this drug further. So all the risk versus benefit approach we have to put together and see, and we have to defend to the regulators also how it is going to be beneficial against the odds we have identified, and proceed. This drug can be released based on the regulators' approval. So many things affects the immunogenicity, which during the drug development we used to take care. So it's like product derivation is like its foreignness, fusion protein, self protein. So these are the things. I will not go in the details. So it's all everything has a like this 1 hour lecture you can go, and it's very detailed thing. Many things even I'm not aware of how it happens, but these are the certain process. Like the product specific attributes could be a molecular structure, purity is very common to see the impurities of the host cell a protein and a host cell DNA, aggregate formation, change in the primary sequence of the protein of a therapeutic protein, if it is fusion protein we are using. Nowadays, it's very popular anti-drug antibodies we are using. Exposure of cryptic epitopes because of glycosylation is a very hot topic. Glycosylation is always troubling during drug development, and modified amino acid and other aspects like patient-related factors. A very important factor, as I explained in my scenario of factor 8. Patient-related factors, each individual are different and may behave differently with same drug. And timing of the antibody exposure, mode of the dosing, these all contributes to the immunogenicity. And each and every aspects are important for the successful drug. Here, I just this out of the context, I put this slide because people used to be very curious. We used to do in the previous presenters have explained the drug discovery pathway, how it happens, how what is the stages. So there is a stage which is called preclinical uh, trials, you can say, where in case of immunogenicity also we are doing preclinical testing, but it's very obvious we are designing the drug for the humans and testing in the animals. Of course, for the animals, this is going to be a foreign drug, and you'll definitely see the anti-drug antibodies, but still we are doing, and regulator wants this. Why? So many a times I've seen in the uh, people talking in the industries also, this is very unnecessary, and this is very obvious that we are going to see the ideas, but there is a certain points, since it's a very crucial thing, regulator don't want to miss, though we know we are going to get the ideas in the animals. So why? So these are the points why we are doing in the animals, the immunogenicity testing. Immunogenicity in animal models is not predictive of immunogenicity in human, as I explained. Assessment of immunogenicity in animals may be useful to interpret non-clinical toxicology and pharmacology data. Immunogenicity in animal model may reveal potential antibody-related toxicity that could be monitored in the clinical trials. May reveal immunogenicity differences between biosimilar and reference product. So it's like sometimes uh, we some biosimilars, if you are working with some biosimilars, we will be having some data, and if it is coming in a similar way in animals, we can get some kind of insight. Okay, this drug is behaving, and the innovator drug behaves like that, and my drug is behaving like this. So there will be uh, some reasons to think about how it is happening. So we can correlate the data of uh, generic to a biosimilar drug. And now the question is how to check the presence of the immunogenicity or anti-drug antibodies. So this is the step. Like first we go with the method development. There we have to see understand the understand about the drug, antibody, their mechanism of action, how it works, the drug target, and everything. And based on this all knowledge, we have to select the assay format. We have to select very crucial positive control, which is going to be very crucial because this method, the anti-drug antibody assessment assay, is not qualitative assay, it's called semi-qualitative assay. So many things we have to think, since it is a semi-quantitative, we have to be very cautious about selecting the positive control. And so I believe we should give enough time to think about the positive control and should have enough time to generate the positive control, which is going to be very crucial. It changed the entire scenario of the presence and or absence of the ADAs in the essays. And after that, if we know all the things, of course, we'll go with the development, and whatever we develop, we have to validate. Uh, Validation occurs like many things we have to do in the ADS validations. We have to determine the cut point. We have to determine. I will um, uh, s- try to discuss a bit of how it happens. Actually, the ADA approach is like three-tier approach. I will come in the next slide, and I'll try to explain that. So here, um, it's like screening, confirmatory, and neutralization. And neutralization approaches is a three-tier approach. these are the three trials. And finally, if it is neutralizing antibodies are present, we have to see the titration level of that antibody, the presence of how much antibodies are present. And in the neutralization antibody, we have to see the activity curve, which is like effective concentration determination. So I will not go in detail of this because it's going to be like sometimes with this audience is going to be boring. I'm just giving the outlook of how it's happening. So of course, in the validation, we have to see the sensitivity, precision, selectivity, specificity, robustness, and drug tolerance. Also, is a very important things during the IDA development. And finally, the stability of your anti-drug antibodies. In the and after method validation, we move to the sample analysis and analyze the sample in the using the three-tier approach, and finally get the result and report the result. So this is very famous three-tier approach of anti-drug antibody determination, where we the samples we use to screen. First, we do the screening, which is like uh, with the 5% false positive scope. So we are here we are using the 95% confidence interval of the analysis of the data. So it's like funnel. So this is the first step, and the funnel is wider. So we want that maximum data, though there is a chance that we'll get the false positive results. We are okay with that, because after this positives, if some samples come screening positive, we further go to the confirmatory positive, where the confidence interval or false positive rate is 1%. So we are narrowing down here the sample precision. Uh, and if the sample is found confirmatory positive, we check for the neutralizing antibody assays, which used to be as I said in the initial slides, that it affects the functionality of the assay. If we found that sample has neutralizing antibody assay, it says that it is going to affect the functionality of the drug, and which could be a which could not be a good for the drug, and we may not pursue this drug further for the development. We'll stop here. If some you can say the adverse consequences observed during the trials. And neutralizing antibody, we have to check the titer estimation also, which is 0.1% false positive rate. Here we look for the how much antibody is there. Suppose three, four samples are found neutralizing positive, but titer is very less, then we may go with the drug. But if very high titer antibodies are available, we have to stop that, and uh, we should not pursue this drug further. So this is the whole about determination of the antibodies. So now I'm done with the my part of the description of the immunogenicity of the therapeutic protein. I have few questions for the audience, and I am also open for the uh, discussion. I have used these references to understand all these things, to present all these things, and I feel like these are the very good references to go through and understand about the ADAs, about the basic of the immunogenicity against the drugs, therapeutic drugs. So one can refer these references for the further reading. And I'm open for the questions. And after these questions are this question answer session are over, I will post some of my questions to to the audience just to understand the understanding how it goes and how I explained the things. And thank you again, and I'm open for the questions. Thank you.
Yes. So, Dr. Moshe, madam, are you there? Okay, I think Moshe, madam is disconnected at the moment. Not an issue. So, Dr. Brijesh, we are really very grateful to you, okay, for taking this time out and again delivering this nice lecture on the various aspects of the PKPD pharmacokinetics and the biologics biopharma method development. So you have touched upon many points in this, like how the process evolves, and some of the quality aspects, some of the typical assays, and so on. So on behalf of Atma University, this FDP program and the coordinators ourselves, we again are very grateful to you. Thank you so much for taking your precious time out. Again, I know that as just a like a joiner, a joiner rather, to all the speakers. I know that it's quite early there in your place in USA, but still, you have taken the pain to be connected and present your slides. So, Parth Bhai, can we have a very big round of applause for Mr. Brijesh?
Thank you very much. And it's always my pleasure.
Thank you. Parth Bhai, can we have that audio clip of the applause for the speaker? पार्थ भाई थोड़ा वो एप्लॉस का ऑडियो हो जाए. Thank you so much, Brijesh. Okay, it was really a pleasure hearing to you. And now we would like, there are actually few questions, I think, for you in the chat. So with your permission, I just want to relate those to you.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Dr. Rupak Kumar is asking that he's actually asking you once again to explain about the false positive and false negative in ADA.
So actually, it's a very means it's a lot of statistical analysis involved in that. So what we check in the first tier, which is called a screening assessment. So here we are like we do cut point analysis. Cut point is nothing but setting the baseline above or below which we should say that my samples are positive. So it's like 360 data points we used to generally create, and that data points, based on that data point in the statistics, we used to do the to set the baseline. It's a mini means I cannot explain right now here how it happens, but it's a whole statistical thing. And based on the statistical analysis, we set up the cut point, which is called uh, the screening cut point. And each plate you are running, we generate the plate specific cut point based on the cut point generated by the based on the around 300 plus data points. So if something is coming uh, like, and this cut point, screening cut point is based on the scope, which is called we are accepting 5% false positive result. 5% positive means we are okay to accept the false positive instead of very precise and lose some real positive results. So in the first tier, like screening, then confirmatory, then neutralizing, first tier is wide open. So we accept 5% false positive. So the statistics design in a way that it will create a cut point which is having a scope to accept the 5% error. So 5% error, and if we go to the confirmatory, just 1% error scope is there in a statistical setup, the which is called confirmatory cut point. And if we go further in the like tighter or tighter estimation, we check, we have a scope of 0.1%. It means we are narrowing down everything to get the more positive results. We don't want to lose any positive. We are okay to accept the negative results, false negative results. That's why this approach is a funnel approach. So screening is like wider, 5%, then confirmatory neutralization 99%, uh, uh, a scope of 1% of the positive, false positive, and further 0.1% of false positive results. So it is like that. So it's all statistical analysis, a statistical setup where we are designing the uh, uh, cut points, statistics which falls in that way that we'll accept this many false positive to narrow to do not lose any positive antibodies. We are okay to accept first false positive and narrow down later to the real positive. I hope you are understand, but if we still you are interested to go further, I can refer few publications. Uh, if you are interested, you can write me back. I'll refer some very good paper to understand all this.
So I think in a way you have explained it very nicely to have at least for the participants to have an overall view of the false positive and negatives in any kind of this kind of Wikipedia essays. So moving on to the next question, in fact, Dr. Ashish Kumar Singh asked that, is there any role related to HLA diversity which might be playing the activation of ADA?
It's always HLA is important, very important. So I didn't talk about HLA here because we are on the second stage. It happens about after all HLA diversity. See, and now in the means modern medicines, we look for the HLA compatibility also. So suppose we are uh, to to so our drug or like in organ transplant, we know that HLA is playing major role. So that compatibility during their drug designing, we we try to understand it should not be like mismatched, and HLA is one of the things to not generate the antibody ADA response. So these are the earlier stage of during the conceptualization of the drug. So, but we are talking here with the immunogenicity of the therapeutic protein is after everything happened. We have done best of the drug, and then also these things are happening. Means antibody generating ADAs. So how to tackle, how to understand that? The talk was about that. So of course, HLA is important in the immunogenicity response for the any kind of immunogenicity response.
Okay, so
I
I
hope
think with this very interesting explanation, I think there is one more question from Dr. Madhurani, who says that can chemotherapeutic drug causes immunotoxicity? your views on that.
Yeah. So here we are, chemotherapeutic drugs are mostly the pharma drugs. They are chemicals. I am talking about here therapeutic drugs, which is large molecule. In the first slide, I explained what is the therapeutic drug. It's more than 4.4 kDa drug. The size of drugs are higher than the small molecule. Generally, they cause toxicity, not the immunogenicity. The chemical drugs, because for the body, these drugs are very small to generate the immunogenicity. So, of course, chemotherapeutic drugs, which is chemicals, cause toxicity, not the immunogenicity. And it's a very interesting thing here with this question. I reminded myself that in a small molecule drug, the barrier is toxicity. And in the large molecule drug, the barrier is immunogenicity. So, of course, toxicity we look for every drug, but the problem in the when we enter the clinical phase, we used to see even before we used to see that whether this therapeutic drug has any uh, immunogenicity effect, and with the chemical, we mostly look for the toxicity of the chemical. So this is nothing related to the immunogenicity with the therapeutic drug. This is related to the toxicity. So it's a very different scenario.
Okay. Again, thank you so much for the explanation. Dr. Rupak Kumar again asked that is there any specific reason to accepting 5% false positive as a starting point? I think this is a thread to the initial question and your
No, no.
answer to
Actually,
that.
I think everyone is worried about why false positive accepting. So why? Because we don't want to lose any real positive. If you accept, see, it's like um, taking big garbage and selecting the best diamond out of that. So once if you big means two boxes of garbage, there is a chance that you'll not lose any of your diamond. So it's like so we accept 5%. We statistical term 5%. 5% is the big leverage we are giving. So we are initially we are accepting false positive and narrowing down to the real positive. So if you open in the initial screening, then you will not lose any positive controls. So that's why initially we are taking too much false positive, which is 5%, and narrowing down to the 0.1%. So of course, if you take more, then only there is a chance that you are not losing any real positive. So this is the reason we are going with the uh, high false positive rate in initial screening.
Okay. Oh, I think that answers absolutely the any kind of doubts regarding the false positive and negatives. Okay. Thank you for that. I think one last question is there in from Dr. Ashish Kumar Singh, which is that is there any role related to the HLA? Okay, I think this is already done, right? HLA diversity, which
Yeah,
might be playing activation of ADA. Yeah, so this question is answered.
yeah.
So I think that's all. There are no more questions from the audience. Now, we would actually request you to share your questions for them.
Yeah. So I'll just share again my. Okay. I need to access the right to present. Then I'll open the slide.
Okay, I think
Okay, I got it. I
uh,
got it.
right.
Just a second. So I think this my screen is visible.
Yes, yes, it is. It is.
So I just randomly pick few questions. I hope if you are able to answer this, it means I explain better. Otherwise, uh, I need some more explanation on that. So first question is
Okay, so
immunogenicity.
let me just
Yeah,
announce this once to participants. So again, participants, please note one round of again very interesting interactive question answer. Some is a reverse black flow from this resource person to this to the participants. So all of you please gear up and be ready. Okay, Dr. Brijesh or Mr. Brijesh is asking you some questions. Let us see who gets them right first. Okay, Mr. Brijesh, please carry on.
yeah. So the first question is immunogenicity is an unwanted immune response to any drug that is perceived as a danger signal by the immune system. It's a tricky question. Take your time to understand. So whether
Okay,
it's a true statement or
actually,
false.
before the question is was read out, already answers have come. All are saying it's true. First, Ashish Kumar Singh, I think, is the first to say that, and then many participants actually are telling it's true. Correct.
Yeah. So actually, I will not blame them, but it is false to
Oh,
to to see this. This looks true because we are talking with the unwanted immune response. So of course, people will understand that it's a false, true. But actually, in case of vaccine, this is not true. We want in case of vaccine, we want the immune response. So because of that, this is not true. So
okay. Few people I think has
in
got
case
it right. They are telling false, like Madhav Rani, Madam, Manish, uh, sir, and so on.
yeah, so good who understood, but of course who said true, I do not blame them because this whole talk was about the unwanted immune response. Is very obvious answer. So it's false actually. The second question is like uh, pre presentation of T cell epitope to the TCR, T cell receptor, in the presence of co-stimulator signal triggered to the Th2 differentiation needed for ADA, means anti-drug antibody. So whether it's a true or false.
Okay, participants, please write true and false only. All are of this type. Okay, so again, most of the participants are actually, getting their responses as true. Okay, true,
Yeah,
yes.
it's one whole slide was there on this. So it's true, and all got right. So the next one is an adaptive immunogenic response is an attempt to get rid of drug by the effector cells Th1 or Th17 uh, and or by the presence of anti-drug antibodies ADA Th2 driven. So again go through, I'll read it out again. An adaptive immunogenic response is an attempt to get rid of drug by effector cells and or by presence of ADAs. So whether it's a true or false.
I think Dr. Rupa Kumar again has said that true. And many people are actually now following, and all are saying it true.
Correct. Good. Means you understood nicely. Thank you.
Yeah, Manish, Khilji, Ruskar, all are saying true. Yeah. Thank you for the response, participants. Okay.
And the fourth question is short-lived plasma cells are responsible for persistent ADA. It is actually long-lived plasma cells that are responsible for, okay. Uh, Whether short-lived or long-lived plasma cells are responsible for the persistent ADA. This is the question I think is wrongly put.
Okay,
So you
so
have to
for
remember the fourth slide.
for fourth question, many people are actually telling it as false. Again, Dr. Rupak Kumar, sir, Jensi, Kalani, Khilji Ruskar, and Bhalgama Drashti, all are saying it is false.
So it's a good understanding. If you remember my slide where I said that after second uh, dose, the ADAs used to play the role, and which comes from the long-lived plasma cells, which generate the antibodies, and which helps to that provide the ADAs in the persistent level. So it's good. It's a false belief. And the last fifth question: long-lived plasma cells and memory cells reside in the bone marrow and circulate to produce a booster ADA response to re-challenge. So this could be a tricky question, but try it out. What could be the answer?
Yes, and I think the participants can take some time, okay, because this is an fun type of interactive session. So it's just to see that whether you're understanding or not. Uh, so actually, many of them have again already responded, and all are telling it as true. Yeah, so I can find that everybody is telling it is that true.
Okay. So actually, the thing is, the long-lived plasma cells and memory B cells resides in the bone marrow. That is correct. No problem in that. But circulating to the produce a booster ADA response is how means to the re-challenge is not uh, 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 things which is related to the long-lived plasma cells. It's about memory B cells. So I accept the two answers also because it's a both statement given together, but actually it is the memory B cells which are responsible for the booster to the ADA response. So it's good. Two I will also accept, but the real thing is not long lived. It's a memory B cells. So the sixth question is the differentiated T helper phenotype drives to the specific isotype switching to produce ADA of IgM, IgG, IgA, IgE isotype. Whether it's a true differentiation of T helper TH phenotype, whether it's true or false.
Okay, so yeah, if the participants can actually write the question number, okay,
Six.
by the side
Yeah.
of their, it will be good because sometimes we're not able to understand which questions you are actually answering to. But I think Dr. Rupal Kumar sir tells that it is false. Okay, so okay, first time there is a mixed response. Okay, so something new. Okay, in the response. So Dr. Rupakumar sir tells false. Uriti Sri Venkatesh tells false. Khilji Ruska tells false. Okay, but few others like Darshan Akbari, okay, and all say true. So
So
your right
yeah.
answer, please.
So like T helper cells is responsible to generate the activation of the B cells, and B cells generates the antibodies, which is ADAs, and which is responsible for the isotyping. So in that way, it's a true. And actually, my seventh question is a question, but is answer about the sixth question. ADA can switch isotype in any individual at any time after administration of the drug, and it is idiosyncratic. So yeah, I think it's self-explanatory question.
Yeah,
Seventh
so
question.
I think
Yeah,
that's why before the question ended, the answer has
yeah,
already come. Okay, again
yeah,
from Rupa Kumar sir, who said it is true. Yes.
yeah. So it's correct. And
Puriti
the
ma'am.
last but not least, the question, mechanism of action is the key risk to predict potential isotype switching to the ADA.
Again,
With
you
this,
know, very abrupt response. Again, Rupak Kumar sir tells true, and everybody is following suit. That means all are telling it is true. So is
so
it right?
actually, it is not true because mechanism MOA is one of the one of the uh, factors, but not the entire thing, which is not the key thing, which is responsible for the ADA. So it's about like how how the how the immune system perceive uh, that this is the how the immune system perceive how the anti-drug antibodies generates many combined things are responsible to isotyping. So MOA could be one thing, but not the key thing. So it's still okay. I'm still okay to if someone is telling it's a true, but actually it is partially true. So
Okay,
it's okay.
so we can give them some concessions, right? Okay, for
Yeah.
guessing most of
So
it right.
I'm really impressed, and that everyone has a very good understanding about the immune system. And thank you for answering almost all questions right.
And just to announce, some of the people again in these sessions were very quick and answered most of them. Okay, Dr. Rupa Kumar sir, Dr. Uriti, Madam Venkatesh, okay, and all like this, Akbar, Darshan Akbari, all these things. So we are really grateful to all the participants also for their active participation. And these kind of interactive sessions are really very inspiring. In fact, the last two speakers had made that. So, in a way, these actually enhances the understanding also. Okay. So it's a win-win game for both the resource person and the participants. So, so thank you, Mr. Brijesh, and the participants, for making this session really lively and very interesting. Once again, on behalf of Atma University, this FDB program, we are really grateful to you, Mr. Brijesh, okay, for coming here and taking time out to give this very interesting session. And we hope to keep continuing this collaboration with you in the future also. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would again I would thank you and the entire organizing team of the Atma University to giving me an opportunity to present to allow me to present on this topic. And this topic is very close to me because my majority of my research experience and industrial experience is on this topic only. And it's a lot to be done and to explain the things. It's a very complex things to understand apart from the immunogenicity thing. The essay development also is very tricky, and it's still a lot of things to be clear. Though many papers are there, guidance are not that great, but many papers are there which explains, but still many things are there to understand. I would uh, say that if anyone has any kind of means things to be still wants to be clear on that, please write to me. uh, I will try to respond as soon as possible, and that this will be learning for me to get the different questions and insight about the ADAs. I would really help me to enhance my understanding on that. And thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So moving on from here, I would invite my co-coordinator, Dr. Moshe madam to conclude the technical session for today and announce the further things. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you are not audible. I think you are muted. I don't know the other participants can hear you or not. I'm not.
Audible now?
Yes, 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 you are now. Please go on now. Carry on. Thank you. Ma'am, I think you are again muted. Can anybody please say that? Uh, okay, yeah, I think, ma'am, you're not audible.
Is it audible?
Yes, yeah. Now you're audible, ma'am. Yes, yes. Okay, I think there's some kind of connectivity issues with madam. It's okay. So, you know, I will just conclude the sessions maybe by the time ma'am actually corrects the small error at her end. Okay. So we are really grateful to all the speakers today. Okay, Mr. Dr. Manoj Kumar Singh, Mrs. Hepzibah Chaubin Philip, okay, and Mr. Brijesh Kumar Verma again, all again notable, eminent personalities from industries, having a vast experience with them. Okay, so Dr. Manoj actually initiated this technical session on this last day with some very nice insights on the various kinds of assays for infectious and diseases, especially the diagnostic part of it. Okay, Mrs. Hepzibah reflected on the nicely, especially on the quality management aspects related to the biopharma workflow. Okay, and ultimately, Mr. Brijesh very nicely deliberated on some of the aspects, or especially the PKPD, the assays, and various kinds of other immunogenicity assays related to biopharma. So we are really grateful for all of them today. Okay, for delivering such really nice and interesting and thought-provoking sessions. So with this, we come to an end for the session today. As once, thank you all again for keeping join till the last part. And as already announced, we are going to have an online evaluation test soon around 6:30 p.m. So kindly wait for some time because the time for the test is already announced. So, some people will join at that time, might be due to some kind of urgent emergencies at the end. So the test will begin at 6:30 p.m. sharp. Okay, the link for the test, again as said, will be shared here in the chat itself. All of you are kindly requested to please check your internet connections and be there for the test, so that you can access the link and give the test properly and submit it also within time. The instructions regarding the test has already been given quite a few times earlier to you, but again, for your convenience, I would briefly repeat that. So it is the evaluation test, covering the most of the technical sessions covered in this FDP, mean that questions will be comprised from all these sessions. There are totally 50 questions carrying 2 marks each. So all are objective questions, sir. Don't worry. Okay, so all are objective MCQ based questions. Okay, I think it will be very straightforward and quite easy for all of you to attend that. Anyway, the question, so it's 50 questions, each carrying 2 marks, so totally 100 marks, and the time allotted is 50 minutes. Okay, I hope it is clear to all of you. Okay, so just wait for some time. So now it's 6:15, so we will share the link sharp at 6:30 for the test. Okay, so we'll take a brief break. Okay, and then again rejoin at 6:30 p.m. And kindly, again, a reminder, please don't leave after that. We have a very important valedictory session after that. So all of you are, kindly requested and welcome to join the valedictory session. Okay, which will be the last concluding session of this 6-day long FDP program. So see you all then. Thank you and all the very best for the test.
Sir, group photo.
Okay, so thank you, Parth Bhai, for the reminder. So in the meantime, so that this 15 minutes before the test passes on very smoothly, I request all to kindly switch on the video once more, okay, to have a very nice concluding group photo once. Okay, maybe if time permits, we'll have one at the very last time, but all of you can do it now itself so that we can have one more. Thank you all who have already switched on their videos. Thank you all, sirs and madams. So nice to see you all. Okay, Parth Bhai, आप kindly लेते रहिए snapshots ये grid view में. Okay, real thanks to all of you. Yeah, some people are again switching on. So whoever is switched on, I request you to please keep it on for some time.
Done, sir.
Yes, fine. Thank you. Thank you all. You can now switch off. Okay, and you can just relax. I think whatever you have learned, you have gone through is enough. Okay, to very easily and happily attempt the test. Okay, I would hope that it will be a good experience for all of you. And no, please, no negative marking. So whoever is asking, please be assured there is no negative marking at all here. Okay. So, this is not an all India competitive test or anything like that. This is just to, to understand your general understanding from all the technical sessions. Okay, so far. Okay, good luck then all of you. See you soon. Goodbye.